Geez, I was like, did he just blunder a piece? No.
But what about bishop h7?
Exactly. What about bishop h7? Aren't we happy to take a pawn? Yes, we
Yeah.
are.
This is strange.
Do you get that? I don't get
No.
that. I'm sorry. Rook c7 is glaringly obvious.
Maybe he's actually in trouble here, or could that be possible? Oh, and
I believe a draw has been agreed
mhm.
between MVL and Levon Aronian, and somebody's going to be very upset and somebody's going to be very happy. Sort of like
relieved.
relieved. The guillotine. So in this position, a6 somehow weaknessing. Yeah. Queen and bishop. We're looking at queen d5.
Maybe there was some ugly move like bishop d8, and
Okay.
then rook e8.
Let's have a quick... We don't like rook e8. Why? Because, again, of rook c7. Got it. So we're dropping back with the
Is
bishop.
that clear, actually? Rook c7, queen d5?
Not clear to me, because white also has a...
Passive. Maybe knight d6. And
Nice. Thank you. It could also simply be temporary. It may just be... Ooh. Well, that answers that one,
yeah.
by the way. We're just looking at this position. Let's just have a quick see. No, but...
Not that tricky. Yeah, take.
Take on b4, take on b4.
One here.
Indeed, you just support the pawn on b4 and... Well, I would be happy if I was Ding Laren. I am pawn up against the world champion, and...
I took all his pawns.
Where was that and when?
It was in Vacanzee, but in the B group, actually.
Ah, in the B group.
Yeah, good old times.
Yes, you did very well, huh? Very, very nice. Beat them when they're young, right?
Yeah, that's the way.
Was it clear to you, how old was Magnus at the time?
Probably 14, 15.
Oh, that's very young.
Yeah.
Anything can happen at that age. But obviously, it was in some way, say, more outstanding than any others of his generation.
I already had the idea that this one was he was playing active.
Yeah.
He could win endgames and attacks. So.
I think that is that was something I observed. I never saw Magnus as like what he's doing today. I mean, I don't... Well, he was willing to play endings. As a kid, I always wanted to go and kill my opponent and sacrifice everything. But he was perfectly happy playing positional games, and he had this mature approach, I want to say. You felt this.
It's easy now to say that. So
In
of course,
hindsight,
we always thought so, but
I did not. I did not. But I thought he's good. I had a chance to say, analyze that. When I at his peak, when I analyzed with Gary Kasparov, damn, I didn't...
The depth of the variations, but I think more the overall very solid suggestions. I think that's...
The judgment that he was looking at the right moves as opposed to wasting his time on the non-consequential. Yeah. And this game has... And
he didn't take h7.
Wow. He didn't take h7, he simply played bishop d3. Are there issues with the bishop? Well, do I see it right? Yeah. We have to move our queen, and why are we so Ooh, maybe not there. No, there's a queen b1.
Yeah, should be
so
fine.
Maybe there is okay. Well, never mind. Take my pawn and ask me to prove that black's passive pieces give white... clearly, white has compensation. The question is this a greater advantage than being a pawn up? Would you rather be a pawn up and have...
I don't think this is a great winning attempt at all, no.
No, it doesn't feel it. I must say, unless I have missed something, let's just see.
No, we probably did.
We started here. We played bishop c4 just because it felt right. Maybe I have to... No, I'm afraid of rook e8.
Yeah. Yeah.
Darn
You
it. And I should be, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Queen F5. G4. This is ridiculous.
The rook F7.
Yes, that is the big question. But I was afraid of check.
Queen
and
F1.
Box and... Oh.
I think it's a draw, but
I don't end up losing the rook, but there is knight d6. But draw?
I'll take b4.
Yes, but pause. I don't have to recapture right away. No smothered so draw. Okay, Ivanchuk, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's continue our search. This has not happened, has it? No. We enjoy very much the end game to reach Hu Yifan, Timur Rajabov. I dead drawing, okay. Some names, but I think that's too much.
Yeah, I think black is fine.
I do too.
But I think you should quickly go. Try to.
It just
white has this very nice thing on h4 and g5 going on. At least you weaken it a bit.
Yes, we call breaking up the team.
Yeah.
Breaking up the team. Okay, and we'll go around.
We've seen that one.
And so we do have bishop d8. Oh, man. Where am I? I don't know. I really... I analyzed with Bobby Fischer once.
Nice.
Very nice. And it was a beautiful game he had won against Boris Spassky in the 1992 match. Not 19analyze. And I said, you see, like the guy could have drawn. He says, no. He goes, give me that pawn. I was like, you're dead. And I was actually pretty confident about my position. And he hit me with this queen h8 check. I moved with my black king to e7, and he goes queen on h8 to a1. He goes, there, now you're dead. But the point was, he was lamenting for quite a while. Man, I really wanted that h7 pawn. So that became a kind of a shtick with me, like, give me your h7 pawn, for Ding Liren here, and significant anymore. Jan, it's been a great pleasure. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
And when's your next event, or are you playing in the next event anytime soon?
No tournaments planned at the moment.
Because you're back in, you are now a private job, professional.
I have a real job now.
You have a real job, okay.
First time.
Okay, with all the benefit to be a productive member of the society.
Waking up early.
Very good, very good. But you play occasional Dutch league or what have you?
The last months, just Dutch league every now and then. But
okay.
I can say nothing big.
Nothing very, very serious. Thank you again for joining us. We'll take a short break, everyone. Again, your host Yasser Serwan, along with Jan Smeets, bringing you the championship weekend as the Tata Steel Chess Festival winds down in the last 2 rounds. We'll be back in 10 minutes. and welcome back to the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. I'm your host, Yasser Sarawan, welcoming you to our championship weekend as 2 rounds of play in this marathon event is coming to an end. Tragically, we have a crucial game between Magnus Carlsen, world champion Magnus Carlsen, the leader of the field, versus Ding Liren of China. Magnus's last move, when we have left, I was with friend and colleague Jan Smeets, and we had focused on the move Queen F5 in our analysis, and we thought that black was okay after the move Queen F5. I can understand that Magnus did not want to walk into a knight d6 attack again with the queen on f5. He chose queen g5, which is similar ideas that black is always reaching for a queen c1 check in the position to be able to trade queens. I like white's position a little bit more. I think that this position is basically heading for a draw. After queen g5, I think we have a move, by the way. Rook takes f7 has been played. Funnily enough, I didn't think that Ding was going to play rook takes f7. I thought, just before we were about to come on air, I thought he was going to play rook b7 and just to try to keep this tension against the pawn on f7 and, play this position. Instead, rook takes f7 was played, and Magnus to play. We have seen with Jan a different line that has gone check, and it looks like it's transpositional. Queen c1 check, queen f1, queen takes f1 check, king takes, rook takes, a takes, knight d6 in order to win back the rook. A takes b4, and then after one day there's going to be a capture. Let's say a takes b4, bishop e7, and we thought that the play would end in a draw as you get this kind of bishops of opposite color ending, and I believe that is in fact what has happened. Let me just double check. Just be bringing that game back on my screen. Indeed, everything that has happened, as played. Knight d6, again, AB, AB, bishop e7, knight takes f7, and bishop takes b4, and I think that the players are going to end up in a drawn bishops of opposite color type of situation. I'm just putting some moves on the board so I can demonstrate how you get into a bishops of opposite color position, and that would be a dead draw. So Magnus Carlsen doing what he has to do to keep his lead. At the moment, he stands going into the round with a half a point lead over Wesley So, who is in difficulties against Anish Giri. Let's turn our attention to that game. Where are you, Anish? And by the way, of course, in the game between Luc Van Wely and Jobava, the game has been a draw for some time. And just a second, and I saw Levon, and during break, I saw Levon Aronian and wanted to invite Levon onto the program, but understandably, he was very disappointed and could not join us. I just have the game between Ivanchuk and Fabiana Caruana. Again, a bishops of opposite color ending that looks very, very equal. Again, for the tournament standings, a crucial game. Anish Giri, Wesley So, When we left it about these parts. There was some trades, and Anish nursing a pawn advantage. Not only does he stand well in the position on the board, but also on the clock. Wesley has done a very, very good job so far in the tournament in terms of avoiding time trouble, but at this moment he has 5 minutes on his clock, and we are reaching the game position. Bishop takes d2, queen takes d2, rook c4, queen d5, and are we up to date? I believe there's still this move b2. Well, clearly White wants to get a passer going on the queen side. He has played b4. Captures on b4 has been played. Now, the last thing you ever want to do is allow a rook e1 checkmate, and queen takes b4, I believe, is going to be played. It has been. And again, you gotta make a careful, watchful eye over queen e. Keep the e square defended. Now, from Black's point of view, he really doesn't want to just simply defend his pawn on d4. Like Wesley could play the move rook d8, defending the pawn on d4, but then he's tied or anchored, if you will, to the d-pawn, and in the meanwhile, White has a passer on the a file. But if you play queen f3 with the hopes of one day going h5 and rook e2, in the immediacy, you have to deal with rook takes d4, and there's a problem for Black. Rook e2 runs into a back rank mate. If you try to make Luft, for example, I don't know, I'm going to say h5, White always has this move rook e4, rook d4 to f4 as a defense, and he still has an outside pass pawn. So Wesley in trouble in this penultimate round, as he's got to make a crucial decision. How does he want to defend this position? My first instinct is that rook d8 is really not desirable, just because your pieces are, anchored to defending this pawn on d4, and I would be very afraid that, for example, after a move like rook d8, that a5, let me toss out h5 as a move, that after a6, I'd be very afraid that I'd simply be lost, that the queen would come to b7 in the very near term, and the a pawn will be decisive. So in this moment, easy for me to say, but not so easy for Wesley. Wesley, by the way, has made, I was about to say, easy for me to say that Wesley should play h5, sacrificing a second pawn, but at least keeping active pieces on the board, active major pieces with queen f3. But I do believe it's a victory, well, a technical victory for Anish. For example, after rook e4, he's 2 pawns to the good, and I don't see enough kind of counterplay in the position to justify the loss of the 2 pawns. After, for example, rook c8, first of all, I can meet rook e1 check with rook c1 check with rook e1, but I can also just keep my extra 2 pawns, and this should be technically winning for Anish. For Dutch fans, this is great news, as it means that Anish Gary, with 7 points, would jump ahead of Wesley, who has 7.5, and that would bring Anish up to 8 points and only a half a point behind Magnus Carlsen if Magnus Carlsen were to draw. So a very big result. Wesley So, going into today's game, was actually the only undefeated player in the entire field. He had played extremely well, and this would be a very big setback, unfortunately, for the Philippine-American player, Wesley So. Let me just again turn to the Magnus Carlsen game. I don't think we have anything different from what we expected. There has been the queen trade, knight takes, bishop d2, knight check, king f8, knight check, Magnus Carlsen to play. If he were to play, for argument's sake, king g8, then we would see an immediate draw and a repetition. And after king f7, probably the simple knight c7 check. If Magnus goes to king g6, again, we get that same ending that I had wanted some time ago, bishops of opposite color and a draw. So a clear draw expected in the game of the world champion. In the position at hand, by the way, king f7 was played by Magnus. I am anticipating knight c7 check. And again, this line of play with a draw ahead. Levon Aronian has made a draw, and we do see these active moves by Wesley. h5, rook takes d4, queen f3, expecting rook e4. Any trade of either rooks or queens is immediate win for Anish. But Wesley, from the webcam, as we can see, very disappointed as he recognizes, obviously, being 2 pawns down in a major piece ending. Things are not looking good for him. Let me get up to date with the players here, just if I can. And rook d8. I wanted to mention that after rook d8, no, I can't. What I wanted to achieve, pardon me, was rook e3, queen d1 check. This is the dream. We're always told rooks belong behind passed pawns. That's true when you have the superior position as well as when you have the defensive position. This is a stone-cold win for white, thanks to the fact that his rook is behind the passed pawn. If we do it in a different move order, right here, instead of trading queens, which was what white would like, if we do it in this move order, rook takes d3, queen takes d1. Now this, I'm not going to say is a stone-cold draw, but I am going to say this would be the dream position for Wesley, because he has excellent defensive chances now, thanks to the fact that his rook is behind the passed pawn. So if we go back to the position at hand on the board, we understand what it is that both sides are striving to achieve. They want to get their rook to the A file and behind the pawn. Now, how would white like to continue? I don't have the immediate answer. I'm sure there's a nice way for white to establish what he wants. And just double checking some variations. Not getting exactly what I want. I'm looking at some variation with a5. Well, let me just put this variation. Again, this is a position that Black would like very much. Again, mentioning that the rook is behind the pawn. Here, it takes White so many moves to get his king over to the queen side in order to win the rook. I think that this would be more closer to a draw. By the way, we do have a result. Let me mark that down on my score sheet that Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren have played to a draw, and they went right down the variation we had expected. So Magnus Carlsen doing what he has to do to win the tournament, maintaining a half a point lead by drawing with Ding Liren. And Wesley, we'll come back to the game of Wesley. Where are you? And so, Wesley is moving very quickly. So, rook e3, queen d1 check has been played. And now, I'm supposing king g2. King g2, rook takes d3. And now we can get a queen ending. Queen endings, of course, are notoriously difficult. But if White, okay, just to skip ahead, pardon me, I'm just going to do something very bad. In a dream world, White gets to play queen b7, and he gets to march his pawn to a6. With his queen on b7, he keeps his king beautifully protected, guarded from any checks along the diagonal, and this is an easy win for White. But getting there, rook takes d3, is the question. How would he manage to achieve that? Just a second. Let me get up to date with the players, just a moment. So rook takes d3 and Anish Giri to play. So the thing that I want to avoid, because it's not as clean as I would like it to be, is rook takes, queen takes, h4, queen d5, check, king h2. Again, my dream is to get the pawn to a6, my queen to b7, and well, this still looks very, very good for White, because if queen f3, I can simply park my queen on the c5 diagonal, and or maybe I could even go to b6. Again, just defending the pawn on f2 temporarily, trying to get my pawn up the way. Normally speaking, Black has to play crazily g5 and to expose White's king as much as possible to perpetual checks. A big ask in the position. I don't think it's possible, which is why I originally went to the c5 square, just because I know that g5 and counterplay or play with g5 is required as a way of trying to save the game. But now with the queen on c5 protecting the g5 square, that's looking very good for Anish. Has Vasily Ivanchuk made a draw yet with Fabiano Caruana? No, the players are still at play. I didn't think there was much to play for, frankly. And that still seems to be the case in my view, that this game will be heading to a draw. Pardon me, I've gone to... This was the game between Luke Van Wely and Bedor Jovaba. That's interesting. Knight c2 by Luke. I thought he might play knight d3, and it was about these parts that the player simply agreed to a repetition. Okay, they're they're putting the timeout on their respective scores in a short draw. Anish, not much yet to say about that game. And we have a tweet. Matthew, wonderful. Grandmaster Matthew Sattler, what do we have? Matthew says, Jobava taking us back to the 1930s with his opening against Van Velde. This was how Capablanca used to play this line. Indeed, the Bogo Indian and just trading a bishop. Somehow, in my classical chess understanding, it wasn't a great idea to play moves like bishop b5 check against the Najdorf, bishop d7, bishop takes d7, because you were simply developing your opponent's pieces. And this Bogo Indian by Jobava, just to trade off a pair of pieces early, well, it's the old guys. Okay, I'm very pleased to say that we have a special guest joining us. Welcome, welcome. Please have us. So, today you have played the world chess champion Magnus Carlsen.
My first time meeting.
Your first time.
Yeah.
So, it's a very big game for you. And you're white. Please, take us through the game.
I played maybe my favorite line, and now I also have played a G3.
The Catalan?
Yes, but I played it in my most games.
Okay.
And he played
Bishop f7.
B6. I thought he had played it before, but I didn't remember. Maybe against Rajabov.
Timur, he's played b7,
Timur, yeah.
b6. So, by the way, also if you have the mouse, so if you want to make moves, but this is a nice way of just clicking through the moves. But if you want to give us any lines, so b7, b6. In the old days, it was considered that c7, c5 was the right move. But a lot of games, of course, b6 was his choice.
Yes,
continue.
I just play some nature moves.
Yes,
d3.
Of course.
Instead of bishop e2, I want to maybe someone put my queen to e2. If we play something like bishop b7, c5,
yes,
maybe I can put my queen here
behind the bishop.
So I prefer bishop d3 to bishop e1, e2.
Okay.
And he takes very quickly. He played bishop a6.
Was this a surprise for you, bishop a6?
Yes, of course.
I mean, it was for me. I mean, I want to say I played this line on both sides, sides, and never in any of my games has anybody played bishop a6.
But the position not so tricky at my game against the Seoul. So I was not in some kind of dangerous.
No.
Yeah, so I play queen e2.
Right.
I think it's very natural.
Agreed. Very natural move.
And queen c8.
Did this also come quickly by Magnus?
Yes, very quickly.
Okay.
And castle c5. Here I think knight b5 is the only move to get some advantage.
Okay. And it looks very natural, by the way.
c1.
Yes.
And then takes. I need to take the position. Should be equal.
Very even.
Yeah. It's the only chance to get some advantage.
But maybe it gives you a nice advantage, actually. It's still, black has to solve a lot of problems. Okay.
It sank into deep thought now.
Okay. Which is also always is a good feeling for you, that you made the world champion take his time and a deep thought.
Yeah, if we just take, then I will enjoy some slight advantage. Rook c1.
Yes.
Queen b7, maybe even e4.
And this is just two bishops in a nice position. Yeah.
and play knight b7, but I think maybe it's also playable to play knight c6.
I see. And how would you have met knight c6? What did you intend to play? To take on c5?
If I take, if he takes with bishop,
Yes.
oh yes, if I play knight c7, he takes, then he have e5.
Ah, that's a nasty move.
Yes, very strong. I only thought about rook b8 and knight a6 and take.
Well, now you're happy.
But until I saw e5, then I realized maybe he will play knight c6.
Right.
And he played knight d7.
Now, in this exact position, because it was something similar, if he had played, as you point out, this move knight c6, could you have maybe, in this position, played something like you played in the game, where you could play a3 or b4, or it doesn't quite work in this moment? What do you think?
Maybe it's okay, because he need to take the pawn with bishop, and it's not very good for him.
Exactly.
He need to go back.
Yes, exactly. In the game, he has played, in fact, after knight b5, after long thinking.
Knight 30 minutes.
Wow, very good.
Yes.
And then rook c1, very natural move.
Queen b7.
Yes.
Yes, it's a very strange position. He just want to develop the rooks, and I have no play if I didn't take the pawn.
We liked what you did, by the way.
So
we were very...
I should take it.
We were admiring all of your moves so far. And
yes, before I think, if I play this immediately, he will play knight d5. If I takes with queen and knight c7. If he takes, then maybe I will be slightly better, but he can take this pawn.
And you're unhappy.
Yes. So I should play b4 immediately.
Okay.
And knight f4. Because he cannot take the pawn, knight c7. If he takes, then I can take with rook.
Exactly. Now the bishop and rook are both hanging, so that would be a good variation for you.
I only thought about knight d5, but I think this move is very strong. Bishop d3.
Really? Because we were... hold on. In the game he played this.
Yes.
And we were looking at knight d5, and shall we see it again? What you... Pardon me. Yeah, knight d5, you think bishop d3...
Maybe...
What's the difference? Yes.
One back and bishop g3. And he cannot take the pawn. If take with knight
rook c7.
Yes. Take with bishop, then e4 is very strong. Knight is cheap.
Knight is not so happy?
If rook c8, then a3 is very simple.
And now his queen and bishop on...
Maybe big advantage for white.
Understood. His pieces look
very
cramped.
Simple position.
Yes.
Yes, and he plays this move. I overlooked it.
We focus on f3.
Yes,
why did you not?
Of course, I thought of f3, but take a6.
Wow.
I only thought of something like maybe go back or go knight c7, but I overlooked knight e6. Maybe it's playable. After the game, he told me that
you had this opportunity. Knight takes e6. But is it so clear? Maybe, I don't know. We can continue the line. We would probably play rook takes c4. What do you think? I've got to find my cursor. Rook takes c4? Or you
take immediately.
Yes, and then we can take on c1 or knight c3
I have knight h7
at the end. So what? Knight c3 perhaps? What do you think about this? Is this so clear? Looks. I'm a little bit confused.
Take first.
This one. Yes, this is a
Knight c3.
Queen c4 in this case. Yes. Yes. But it's also... Well, it's not what we would call absolutely great or something. I mean, okay,
Maybe
still
slightly better for white.
it's slightly better for you. You like it, yeah.
Yeah.
So f3 was a major
Yeah, I didn't
moment.
see knight e6, so I think maybe a3 is the best move. Because if I didn't play f3, I need to play a3.
Yes.
Protect the pawn.
We thought a3 was a restrained, quiet way, but
I know after that maybe my advantage has lost.
you slipped
but
away.
Because this move I think is very strong.
Okay, because one of the things that we had also considered after f3, I don't know if you considered it. It was a little bit crazy.
But
What would be the refutation to g5? Show us.
But I didn't see it seriously. Maybe some e5.
Yes, we have looked at this. Knight d5.
I think it's very dangerous for black.
Of course. I mean, we were just very happy to.
I didn't consider it seriously.
Okay, but I was trying to. Jan Smeets was here, Grandmaster Jan Smeets, and we looked at the position after bishop takes b4 right here.
Here.
And annoyingly, yes, for me, I want to say, annoyingly for me, I didn't find a clean
maybe
win.
96.
Knight d6?
It takes check.
Takes and check.
Maybe.
Okay, maybe this. So how did I? He has tricked me. How did he manage to trick me somehow? He found a tricky way of getting his bishop to c5. But you did not treat this line with g5 very seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, so continue.
So a3.
A3.
And I thought he could also have played rook d8.
Wow. And how did you intend to play after rook d8?
Maybe bishop d3 and
Again.
take.
Yes. Yes.
And maybe a6. I think he's okay.
Yeah, you're happy with the two bishops, but black also is very
Knight
solid.
can go to c3.
That's the problem, yes.
Maybe.
By the way, just to interrupt you for a moment, how do I properly pronounce your name?
Ding is my last name.
Yes?
Liren.
Lyra.
Yeah.
Again, so say it, Lyra? Liren? Or Liren? How do I?
Liren.
Lyra.
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, please continue.
Yes. He played
Yeah.
knight d5. And
Okay.
so I played bishop d3.
Here you've played bishop d3. By the way, exactly in this moment, I was looking at the move. Did you consider it seriously or not? Hold on, I'm still
E5.
bishop e5, or was this not very good? I don't know if you
I
considered
thought now he threatened maybe something like knight c3.
it.
Bishop
You were.
e5. Maybe I can go queen g4.
Yeah, that's what. For my audiences, I always like to show the checkmate threads. So I was wondering if you have given this move consideration or not. It was
Maybe bishop
f6.
I take.
Take, and again I'm trying to play f3 perhaps. Yeah. Now we have a trickies with knight d6. If take, yeah. Back. Okay, just a moment.
After f3, my king became weak.
You expose your king, yes? So
he will have compensations.
And this is no good trickies here. Yeah, I'm looking at these same kind of lines. What is knight takes e6?
Maybe simply rook f8.
Wow. Is it so simple? Yes. Aha, you take this one.
But maybe why should be cited better.
Agreed. I like the bishop versus the knight, and at the moment you have a pawn to the good. All right. So what has happened in the game?
Yeah, because I totally didn't saw the plan knight e6.
It wasn't there for
so
you.
I played
Okay.
bishop d3.
Yes.
Yes, takes. Because he can't play knight c3 and takes rook c3 point.
Clear.
Takes. Now maybe he can also go for knight c3.
Okay.
And take queen h5.
Right.
g6, queen e5.
Mm-hmm.
And knight d5. Maybe there is an important move, bishop e4. He told me after the game. I only looked at this position. I think he'll fine.
Right.
But maybe
after bishop e4, what he said afterwards.
I'll be better.
Yes. A comfortable advantage for you in this moment.
So he played knight f4 and knight f6.
So at the moment you had the feeling that you had been playing a very correct game, and well,
yes,
more or less so he is.
Correct game.
Yeah.
Yes. And f5 maybe the only chance to fight for an advantage.
Exactly.
And takes. No, I only thought about rook d8.
A5 for us came as a surprise as well. Where first it has Magnus blundered something.
I only thought of this move. Takes, but yeah, queen d1, maybe a6 here. And now I'm not so happy about my position.
You've been a pawn up in better
Yes,
position.
but my knight is very strange.
Yes.
Knight c3, then queen b3.
Yes.
If maybe knight c7, queen c2.
Very annoying.
Knight e4 for.
Very annoying threats for him.
Knight e4.
Rook d1 is not happiness anymore.
But he told me he thought bishop c2.
But here your pieces don't have the nice coordination against the f7 pawn that you achieved in the game. By the way, just to interrupt you, we do have a result that Vasily Ivanchuk and Fabiana Karyuana have made a draw. Please, sorry, Leah, please continue.
Maybe rook d8 also.
Maybe a better move, because we thought that you actually got an advantage now.
Yes.
You suddenly, this was a very nice move, and suddenly we thought, maybe
bishop c4.
Yes.
No, it's very important. He cannot play rook e8.
And why is that?
Queen f1. Only winning, but at some time I thought it would be rook e8 will be draw, because if I take, he takes with knight, and bishop d5, knight c3, c7.
Right.
But this move,
and
white wins immediately.
With bishop f7 is coming. Yes.
Play queen g5.
Was that a surprise? Because actually our first thought was that he would have to play queen f5.
Yeah, but queen f5, rook a7.
And we liked your position once again.
Maybe knight d6.
One day. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So queen g5 was a good move by him. And then
yes, I think I should play.
Exactly. That was the question I have for you. You didn't play them.
I overlooked maybe knight d6. I only thought about the position. Or maybe after this, I think I can take the pawn.
Yes.
Yes, I only thought of something like g3 and takes, queen takes. Prevent knight d6. Maybe queen d3. He had bishop e7.
And it's not so clear anymore.
But maybe now I can take ba.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he still has problems to solve.
Yeah, g3. So maybe rook b7 is important
to keep
to cover b6 square.
Because as the game went, unfortunately.
Maybe
It was there was
95.
sorry, 94. That's an annoying move because if the best you have is Queen E2, then it's not. It feels that his chances of drawing are better than your chances of winning.
95.
Yeah.
Maybe but no.
So do you need G3? Do you have any other opportunity here beside G3? It doesn't look so.
Could be one.
Yeah, no, this 94, knight G4, 94 is
94
annoying,
I
no?
can take. I can go.
Yeah. Knight G4 is
Yes, knight G4.
still
After I play maybe
Queen
Bishop,
F5.
Bishop 1,
Yes.
my attacking.
And no longer is
Yes.
attacking F7, yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, so maybe Queen G5 though. Good move.
A good move, yes, indeed.
Couldn't go for these two square.
Exactly.
Cover D6.
Exactly. And then the game was just, I think, once again, very correct draw, yes? Liren, this is an incredible tournament for you. I mean, you're up and down. I think
two games.
only 2 games were drawn.
3 games.
Now,
Today.
so incredible yesterday. What a turnaround. We thought that it was a very bad position for you, but then you pulled a surprise A5 and B5. I spoke with your opponent after the game, and he said that remarkably after A5 the position has already turned and that now it's suddenly in your favor.
Yes, in fact, I thought I was worse at the middle game, and after the first time control, I thought I was worse. But in fact, my position totally fine if I simply take the F4 with knight. But I thought if I take that will be worse, so I choose the other option. Rook F8. But after the resulting endgame, he has some advantage, and he missed a very strong move, G4.
G4.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Speak, if you will, China. Fantastic. For a long time, the women, your Chinese women, have embarrassed the men by performing so well in the. Now, congratulations, of course, you're the Olympic champions. The men are now ascending, and I see in this tournament, wow, you're also going into the A group, it would appear. Yu Yangyi has had some fantastic results, speaking for yourself. You have been doing very well, so now your confidence for the men's team is really been very impressive. So it seems like the Chinese players are having a great future. It looks very good. Why did you make these breakthroughs so recently? What happened?
I think personally we had very good relationship. So in some team
with each other.
Yeah. So in some team events we can
work and train and share ideas and.
Yes. We live together in Beijing. In Chinese Chess Association.
I have visited it's a compound, a building where not only do you have a library and cafeteria and analysis and training and tournament, but also dormitories where you live, and so you're getting constant training with each other. So this has been a big reason, you think, for your successes.
Yes, it makes us very happy during the tournament.
So that means you have also very good relations with Hu Yifan and we here that
here
worked.
I came here with Wei Yi and Xu Jun.
Okay.
The first day I live alone because I have a single room,
Hmm.
but I lose the game,
Okay.
and I moved to the room.
To change, yeah.
Yes, and now Xujun has a single room, and I live with Wei.
Okay,
I
very,
think, yeah,
very good. Zujun, by the way, I remember I have played him
yeah,
in an Olympiad in Thessaloniki. I think it was 1988, where we had a game that went for 200 moves and many adjournments. No more adjournments. So I think that was very good. Um, Thank you so much for joining us. It was really good. Tomorrow you have everything to play for. You've remarkable success here.
yeah.
How do you think about tomorrow's game, or you'll prepare for
I
it?
haven't prepared it
Yeah,
yet.
of course.
Of course, it would be very difficult. But I played 11 before, and I win one and draw one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so big game. Very,
Classical game.
yeah, very big game. Thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you all the success. Bye bye. Thank you. Liren Ding, who is doing extremely well in the competition, as today he has drawn with tournament leader and world champion Magnus Carlsen, and tomorrow we'll have a very difficult and challenging game. All right, and let me just go back to the game of Wesley So, as I will bring it into the screen. And as mentioned, the players have transposed to a queen and pawn ending. I think we left it around these parts. And h4, g5, very quickly by Wesley So, as he tries to get counterplay against White's king, Anish's king, before it is all too late. And we have come to this position. And again, Anish Giri, a pawn to the good, still, to my mind, is technically winning. But I think this was the right decision by Wesley to make it as difficult as possible for his opponent and to put problems on the board. Here we are back in the studio, and one of the people, most important persons, our backroom producer. I think this is one of the first times that you've ever appeared in front of the camera. Macaulay Peterson,
Well, actually,
producer for Chess 24.
Thanks, Yasser.
Yeah.
I think the first time with you, but
No kidding.
but it's actually been a little bit of a tradition that pop up in for at least a brief visit at some of these webcasts in most events actually that I'm
doing. And of course, you're producing. You're sitting behind all of these, mixing all of these montages of videos and sound, and trying to do all the recordings. Here you were particularly challenged by having to go to Rotterdam and The Hague, break down, build up, break down, build up.
Yes, this is a new experience doing the one-day road trip, the Tata Steel Chess on tour. But it all worked out pretty well, and it was a lot of fun to be in Rotterdam and The Hague. And I'll just notice I'm rocking the Magnus Carlsen orange juice today.
Very good. We've got a sponsor.
Not in the Chess 24 mug, but because that's full of coffee. So
I see. And
trying
Macaulay,
to fend off a cold, actually.
Macaulay, you've done a lot of events. In fact, you've been behind the scenes. Weren't you also in Tromsø, behind the scenes doing for the Olympiad?
Yes, and actually that brings us to one of our tweets, because as luck would have it, the pairings for this tournament are decided, of course, at the opening ceremony with the drawing of lots. And we have this very interesting pairing in the last round.
What do we have? Yes, go ahead, please.
Well, we have Magnus now with a commanding lead. Of course, we're waiting for the outcome of this So game, which is critical. But assuming that Anish does convert, it's going to be a couple of people that basically have must-win games and still have to hope that Magnus loses.
Or draws or something, yes, to catch him. Because in case Anish would win, it would only give Magnus a half a point.
Right. So we had a tweet from Jonathan Tisdale, who was also writing some news coverage for Chess24 in Tromsø, and he says if Magnus doesn't lose today, which he didn't, he should be golden, white hot for revenge in the final round. And I'm assuming what he's referring to is this last round pairing against Ivan Saric, because Magnus had a couple of losses in Tromsø.
Yes.
And one of them was to Ivan Saric, who of course was a qualifier this year by winning the B group last year. There was this interesting bit of research that my assistant producer here, Leonard Oates, did to find out that actually the majority of players have played in the Challengers group, what used to be called the B group, and many of them have qualified the first time playing in the A group by winning it, one of which is Saric, but also also Carlsen, if you go back some years.
Even from the C group from Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Magnus and Fabiano both won the C group to get to the B, won the B group to get to the A, and that was how their first appearance were. And in fact, Carlsen, his first time in the A, which was also one of my first years here in Vikings, he got clobbered. He was like in last place or next to last place, and then the next year he comes back and he's like in the top, among the top places, and now of course he's won it.
Right.
But anyway, back to this last round pairing. The big difference from the Tromsø game, of course, here is that Magnus will be white tomorrow.
Right.
And that really can't be underestimated because, if you have this kind of a lead in the last round of a tournament with white against one of the lower rated seeds, he's sort of in the catbird seat.
Exactly.
But nevertheless, the last game they played, Saric won. And so that should set us up for some nice drama in round 13.
Well, always in these events, first of all, it always feels kind of like a marathon for me that the players have, to play 13 games. That's already tough. And they're very, very different games because you get a mixed field. Everybody's hungry, like they're all trying to make. And you've got this mixture of elites and very, very strong players, very, very strong grandmasters, and then you've got these players with their targets on their back, but they're no gimmies either, So like these events really always excite me and bring out the most competitive. So unless somebody runs away with the event, there's always some last round drama, and I'm looking forward to a great.
I mean, this tournament still is really unique in the chess calendar in the number of players, a very large field, the number of rounds, a very long marathon, as you've said many times, and that's really one of the things that's always made it stand out and made it special. And we've seen a lot of pairings where this was the first classical game between people, like today's game with Ding and Carlsen.
Exactly.
And in smaller tournaments where you've got 6 players, double round robin kind of thing, that you often see the same matchups time and time again. So that's also something kind of special. We actually had another interesting tweet from Tarjei Svensson, who has done some writing for Chess24, also covering the Norway beat, and this year for Vikings, he's been doing some commentary for one of the Norway media companies, VG, from home. And he noted that Henrik Carlsen, Magnus's father, said that, in fact, Carlsen is essentially undefeated when he has Peter Heine Nielsen with him at a tournament.
Really? More than just a good luck charm, the guy's been perfect.
Yeah, so I wonder if that's if that goes back a ways, because of course before the recent time that Peter Heine has been seconding Magnus, basically leading up his team, he also used to second Magnus when he was much younger, when he was just coming up as a GM in Linares, while he was simultaneously working for Anand.
Exactly.
So at some point, he's basically with Anand full time, but had worked with Magnus once in a while
to help him a bit. And
now, then, of course, before the match, this last match, he went with Magnus full time.
Right.
So that's a kind of interesting stat. I mean, Peter Heine has good luck charm.
All written all over him. I still remember a lovely story. It was the NH tournament, these so-called professors or veterans versus the rising stars. And
experience.
Peter,
Is what they call
yes.
them, yeah.
And Peter Heine had been the second, if you will, for Magnus. And we went on a boat, Amsterdam Canal boat ride. And we were all, there was munchies and drinks, and we were all walking around the boat. And I was sitting down chatting with Peter, and Magnus came over, and he kind of leaned over. And Peter kind of looked at him and, faked, like, I'm going to throw you overboard. And he said something like, "Don't tempt me, Magnus." And Magnus kind of smiled wryly. And he was thinking of a sharp retort. And he couldn't think of one, but it was less like, "I really tempted to throw you overboard."
Well,
that was always a good one. I liked it.
And of course, Peter Heiner Nielsen is a big guy. So
Yeah, right. I mean, you go overboard, you're really going overboard.
I guess that's another nice thing about having him as a second, too, is that he can double as a bodyguard
Yeah.
in pretty much any scenario. So,
Exactly.
although very gentle.
Very, really, he's a good guy.
But he looks the part. At least.
Yes, yeah.
By the way, we just saw we had a quick shot of the playing hall, and the arbiter was resetting the board with Hu Yifan and Timur Rajabov, which looks like it's ended in a draw.
Yes.
So Hu Yifan, of course, getting her first win finally yesterday.
Yes.
And
Had a difficult event, but also acquitting herself quite well. I mean,
yeah,
she had a good outing, relatively speaking. And by the way, Wojciech and
Wojtaszek.
Wojtaszek.
I'm going to teach you how to say this.
Yeah,
It's the last thing.
It's maybe the last thing. Yeah, you do.
Wojtaszek.
Ivan Saric, who
Yeah.
we just mentioned, of course. It looks, I still some dangers here in this position for Wojtaszek as he's facing a passer. Let's continue just to make sure. I have to ask you this because you have so much experience in these major events, from World Championships to you name it, Sinkville Cups, U.S. Championships, of course. We're talking Vaikanze. Some stories where obviously things have gone wrong. The whole system collapses. You go, things have gone right, surprisingly, when everything goes smoothly. What are some memories or experiences as being a producer for many of these top-notch events that have stood out for you, that you go, gosh, I'm going to take that experience and share it when I get a chance to tell somebody my story?
Well, this is a tough question. I'd probably have to think about it.
Okay, well, you're thinking.
I mean, I don't want to bore people.
No. But if something very humorous or, prepping a special guest, for example.
I can tell you one. There have been certainly some fortuitous moments.
Okay.
And I mean, there have been a lot of I've been developing the chess webcast since really 2009, 2010.
You've been doing it for some time, yes.
The first one that we did with video commentary that I produced was from 2010 at the U.S. Championship.
Right.
And we've certainly come a long way since then in a lot of respects. But once in a while you get lucky with your timing. And there was one moment I know from that U.S. Championship where Hikaru Nakamura was playing against Yuri Shulman, and Shulman found this great. I think it was an exchange sacrifice, but anyway, it took Nakamura by
shock,
surprise when he discovered it, and we were playing around with doing some little chintzy digital zooms with our poor quality IP webcam at the time. And just by pure stroke of luck, there was a moment where Nakamura, it sinks in that he's busted, and at that moment I had just pushed in to a close-up on his face as he turned to the camera and just was shaking his head and was just so visibly. And Maurice Ashley, of course, completely exploited this moment,
right.
and just went to town on it. Oh my God, Nakamura! He realizes he is busted. But of course, we've had many of cases where Nakamura was on the other end of that deal and looking very satisfied, and one of the great players to follow with cameras, of course, because he's so expressive, and so we always love to have that. And there are a lot of players like that here. So I mean, it's really great to be able to see them it really, it's so different of the experience than just being able to watch the moves, even though ultimately, you know, we're here to watch the moves.
What it comes down to. But this mixture of video streaming, audio streaming, chess engines, you can look at the chess engines, getting the players. I mean, it's really evolutionary, revolutionary, and since you're right in the mix, I mean, this is what you do professionally. Where do you see it as evolving? How does it go from what are the excitement developments that get you excited about your work?
Well, for me, I think we're really just starting to be able to have the interactivity with the audience. And so, you know, we've got a tweet right now, I think, that's on Wesley So's game, which...
Shall we bring it up on our
We don't
screen?
want to lose sight of here because it is critically important to the standings in round 3.
Right.
So Gega says that So is heading for his first loss in 53 to 54 games.
Right.
Yeah, we had talked about this, that he had a very long undefeated streak. What is it, Joe DiMaggio?
56 hits or whatever.
So that's also a little bit of a disappointment for So to lose hold of such a nice streak if he does go on to lose here.
Only because you brought up Joe DiMaggio, let me just say to the audience what that was about. Joe DiMaggio was a baseball player in the Major League Baseball in America, and he established a hitting streak where he went 56 games in a row with a safe hit on base. What was extraordinary was, I don't know if you knew this, Macaulay, is how costly it was for him personally that he didn't hit the 57th. Because there was a ketchup, Heinz 57 sauce, that if he had made the 57th hit, they were prepared to sign him to $1 million commercial endorsement.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it's just one of those little details in sports history that he missed a major breakthrough payday. Today we talk about Tiger Woods and Nike and the big contracts, Air Jordan and so on. But that would have been a first. But to the tweet, thank you very much for the tweet. My understanding is we've had some extraordinary streaks in championship chess. Michael Tull, who we know was extraordinary tactical wizard, had two of the longest streaks of undefeated games, which we don't normally associate with Michael Tull. But Vladimir Kramnik won, and whether it was 53 or 54, I must say that Wesley had a breakthrough year in 2014 where he was really winning everything, and I can't even remember his last loss. It had been that long ago. Today, it's still to play, but obviously he's struggling. He's a pawn behind and doing everything possible to hang in there. Please, continue with your
and very important for the standings. I mean, we were looking at chasing Magnus for the last few rounds, and suddenly there are going to be several players who at least have a theoretical shot at catching.
Exactly. Again, just to continue that, in the future you see everything that we're doing now, add on an additional layer of more interactive audience involvement, so their questions can come through and they're chatting with one another.
Continue. I mean, right now we've been basically taking questions via Twitter, which has certain advantages, and the quality of the questions is generally quite high. But it's not really any kind of real time interaction. And for chess, I mean, this is something that's commonplace in other television-ish kinds of activities, but not so much for chess. But also with the interface itself. I mean, the whole Chess 24 broadcast is geared up to try to provide more context besides just the moves on the board. So that's why we have the move times, for example, which, for a lot of times, a lot of chess history, actually, the move times, how much time players spent on any individual move is just discarded.
Right, it wasn't recorded, and
it doesn't make it into the databases, and this is something which now is really no longer the case because any of the tournaments that, well, more or less any of the tournaments that have been broadcast on Chess 24, you can go back even now and look at to see how much time the players spend on any individual move. And we also have this running counter, which we often refer to when they are going into the tank. See, instead of just having to be vague about it, like, oh, he's spent a lot of time on this move. No, he spent 22 minutes on this move, and he's still thinking. And this is also something that I always remember reading about in chess books, reading about in chess news online, even where the commentators in there, might be extremely experienced grandmasters, but they're nevertheless speculating ultimately about what was going on with the clock in a lot of critical moments of games. So they say, well, he must have been in time pressure. I would suspect that time pressure played a role here.
Right.
And I always was bothered by that, because it's possible to find out. There were people who were writing contemporaneous accounts. Obviously you have to do the research, but now, of course, we make it just really easy.
Right. Instead of the speculation. Yeah, he
was. Just go look it up.
No, he just blundered. He had all the time in the world.
He spent 5 minutes on this move and blundered, or he spent 20 seconds on this move and blundered. And it completely changes the whole nature of that moment.
Exactly. Last question I have for you, and I don't really know what ever happened, but the question, I'm a fan, of course, and I was reading that at a certain moment the people who were going to run the candidates tournament in London had this idea, I guess it never occurred, to monitor the hearts of the players and see their pulses jumping or their, to not, quote, get into the heads of the players, but to see if they had a reaction to a particular move, the shocking move. What happened to that?
Well,
or is it a concept that's going to be developed in the future?
I mean, obviously, it was dropped at some point.
We don't know why, but
with Aegon, I mean, because we haven't heard from that. But they did, they had developed their own sort of homegrown broadcast system, of which this was, a possible component. But it's not only that. I mean, I know Maurice Ashley also talked about that with his work at MIT, the Media Lab there. And it's the kind of thing where, you have to obviously have buy-in from the players.
Yeah, sure.
And some players, don't really, it's a great idea, or they're worried about it being intrusive. But of course now you might have ways to do heart rate monitors or do, some other kind of sensing remotely, just with video, for example, without having the players have to wear anything, even just on their wrist, or certainly anything more intrusive than that. And I think that really would change the equation. As far as if someone says, "Well, I can just play my normal game. I'm just sitting there. I have cameras on me." And yet we get this data, then that's absolutely something that could be valuable and could really add to to bringing out of the shadows. What's the inner life of the grandmaster and the thought processes, because this remains chess's biggest problem as far as being a spectator sport, especially for a mass audience, is that so much of the drama and so much of what's makes it exciting to chess aficionados and even amateur club players. You don't have to be a master, certainly, to get this, but you do have to have played a little bit, have played enough to sort of understand, a little bit what it's about. But bringing that to something more obvious, more visual, is probably, the next evolution of things. And I certainly hope we'll, at Chess 24, be on there. But to bring back to the interactive side, one of the other real big differences, and this is something I absolutely love, and I hope everybody at home has tried this, is that you can just make your own moves on the broadcast board. Whether you're watching on TataSteelChess.com or you're watching on Chess 24, you have any one of these live games open. We're looking at this endgame with Giri against So.
Right.
And, you say, well, what happens if he
does that? Why didn't he do that?
You can have it with the engine on or off. Obviously, the engine can certainly tell you if you have it on, why he doesn't, because it will analyze the move that you play on the board. But if you want to just, try doing your own home analysis, while watching this live position, just make a move.
That's
And
nice.
That was also never possible before and it's still never possible on any other platform, which is a really killer feature that I'm always amazed when people say, I point this out to them, they say, oh my God, I never tried that. It just
That
didn't
would be
occur to
cool.
them that they could be watching. I mean, it's like you're watching television, and then suddenly you can throw the next pitch.
Right.
You're watching the baseball.
I
to
like
use your
this
analogy.
ending better. Let me change the script and see what would happen if the script was changed.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you got to check this out.
I tricked you. I thought I was going to ask you a final question, but I realized that a question popped up in my mind, and I think that you're in a perfect position to help give some answers. There has been concern, let's say, put it like that, of cheating in chess. Now, I'm thinking with all of these webcams and video cams and monitoring of the hard players, that's really overstated. You're not seeing any cheating in these high-level elite events. I mean, I go to the U.S. Championship, and gosh darn it, they won me. Like, as if bringing something in. It's no chance of cheating in these events.
I mean,
that's ridiculous, right?
That's certainly, I would say, the consensus among chess professionals who make it their business to follow the professional chess scene for a couple of reasons. I mean, okay, there are certain basic security features that you have, whether it's checking for cell phones or here they have cameras that are not just the webcast cameras. Actually, the webcast cameras are not there for security, but they have other cameras from the organization that are monitoring the door and basically recording and keeping an eye on things. But more than that, even, it's just really about who you invite and the players, that their reputations would be completely destroyed if they were in fact cheating and were caught. So for people who've made it to the A group in Vaikense, it would be a tremendous risk to try to use any kind of external analysis, I think.
Understood everything you said, but I'm not even saying it's a tremendous risk. I just don't see how it is even physically comprehensively possible when you've got, look at the fans, look at how many arbiters there are around. You can't, you can't fiddle with anybody. I mean, Google Glass. I mean, come on, you're not even given an opportunity to cheat. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, of course, I also know how electronics have shrunk and how wireless transmitters are becoming cheaper. That was why I wanted to ask you
the question. You're a producer. You know these things.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's impossible, and I wouldn't say that it's something that you should completely dismiss. I mean, I think you do need to be vigilant about it, whether you're the organizer of a tournament or a player, and want to be able to ensure that the events you play in have fair play, and also the broader chess community. I mean, I don't think anybody. I mean, just as we've seen, doping scandals in cycling and other sports.
Good point.
I don't think anybody who's following chess and is sort of hoping for chess to go to the next level as a professional sport would want to see it be tarnished by something that had any weight of evidence behind it. I think one of the dangers, though, is that people are also a little bit casual about. I mean, some people are. I've seen, for example, in the chat, people joking about players getting assistance and
the first move. They always play first moves or something.
And there have been a few cases more on an amateur level or or some open
where
tournament
suspicions
level,
are clear.
where not just suspicions, but there actually is some reasonable circumstantial evidence in a very few cases. But I think there's a big difference between those kinds of events.
Open events and what we're experiencing.
Yeah, and all of the events that we're going to through the chess professional calendar and really the top guys.
Okay, last promise. Where do you go from here? What's next on your calendar as Chess 24?
Well, unfortunately, I would love to go to a beach after being here in the cold and windy Vaikense for 3 weeks. But no, I just after just a few days back in Hamburg, where Chess 24 is based, we're packing up and going to Baden-Baden for the Grenke Chess Classic, which is the next big tournament where Magnus, Fabiano, and also Vicianen will be playing. among others, and that's starting already on the 2nd of February.
Wow. So really
So
packing and unpacking and then packing again.
We'll be webcasting that, and immediately after that, in fact, is the Zurich Chess Challenge.
Wow, that's also very strong. Oh, geez.
Now become kind of an annual event.
Wow, okay.
And so we'll be doing webcast coverage of that as well. That will actually be available in English, German, and Russian. So we'll have
more
multi-language
challenges for you and the producing team to do it in 3 languages.
Yeah, well, we're handling the English, and the German and Russian will be produced on site.
Okay.
In Zurich. But I'm looking forward to both of those events, and I certainly hope that everybody who's enjoyed following Tata Steel will come back for those as well.
Macaulay Peterson, producer for Chess24. Thank you so very much for joining us. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. The Alfred Hitchcock man behind the...
Magnus, a draw against Dingley Ren. Is that an okay result today?
Yeah, the result was good. My position was a little bit suspicious, so yeah.
Did you have the impression that he was actually playing for a win?
Yeah, I think he was. No, I don't think he was particularly playing for a win or draw. He was just playing good moves. So it was not so easy.
Okay. Final round, white against Saric. Probably still makes you the big favorite to win the tournament alone. What do you think?
Yeah, I would hope so. But it's not easy. But I think if Giri wins, that's good for me, since he has more difficult pairing than So in the last round. But most of all, I need to job myself, play a good game.
Okay, Marta, thank you very much. Good luck. Magnus, a draw against Dingley Ren. Is that an okay result today?
Yeah, the result was good. My position was a little bit suspicious, so so yeah.
Did you have the impression that he was actually playing for a win?
Yeah, I think he was. No, I don't think he was particularly playing for a win or draw. He was just playing good moves. So it was not so easy.
Okay. Final round, white against Saric. Probably still makes you the big favorite to win the tournament alone. What do you think?
Yeah, I would hope so, but it's not easy. But I think if Giri wins, that's good for me, since he has more difficult pairing than So in the last round. But most of all, I need to job myself, play a good game.
Okay, Marta, thank you very much. Good luck.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. I'm your host, Yasser Sarawan, welcoming you to round 12 coverage. We had a breaking story that I'm still a bit reeling from. It actually happened in the Challenger section, where Valentina, as black, made her 40th move, and the 40th move that she had made, we see it on the position here, was knight takes g3. Having made time control, she got up from the board, walked away, and collecting her thoughts. A very good idea after making time control. And much to her shock and surprise, when she returned, her opponent was not there at the board. Her opponent, Jan Timman, had simply resigned. And at the time she had made the move knight takes g3, she actually considered or felt that the position was unclear, and certainly the resignation was premature, as according to the engines, king takes g3, and in fact the position is not unclear, but simply better for white. I can only say when it rains, it pours, and poor Jan Timman in this tournament has been having a horrendous time, and he compounded it yet further with this wrongly timed resignation. Perhaps he had some hallucination that he was simply getting mated somehow, that his king could not take a walk because he saw some variation where his king was in trouble, but in fact that this was simply not the case, and he hallucinated. So Jan Timman resigning in a position where he actually stood better, and again it just gets worse and worse and worse. On the other hand, had Valentina not captured on g3 with her knight, but captured on f4, I have a feeling that Jan was probably ready to throw in the towel at this moment, and again, a hallucination when he saw the move knight g3. Let's get back to a very key moment you saw as we were on break, the interview with Magnus Carlsen, where he said a win by Anish Giri is actually good for him. Well, let's see what's going on in that game with Anish Giri. I'll bring it up on my screen very shortly. And as we understand, Wesley is suffering. He's a pawn behind in the queen ending, and we've had these last few moves. When we originally went into this queen ending to begin with, I was explaining that it was absolutely vital that black play for the move g5 and try to expose white's king to some types of counterplay. So Wesley went for it, and we reached this position, coming to the game. So not too much has happened other than we've basically got this position where white is trying to avoid perpetual checks and to nurse his pawn up the board. It's really that simple. I'm sure the chess engines are giving a very concrete and very significant advantages because they understand very, very deeply into the position when a perpetual check exists and when it does not, whereas the human player is trying to win the game without giving any counterplay whatsoever to the opponent. So that game still ongoing, vital to the standings going into the final round tomorrow. And tomorrow the round will begin early. I'll get you the exact times. We hope to bring you every move of every game coverage. In the clip that you just saw, Magnus was mentioned as saying that a win by Anish is good for him. I think what he meant by that, if I can interpret, if Anish wins, Magnus is leading the tournament by half a point. If Wesley draws, Magnus is still leading the tournament by half a point with one game to play. But Wesley is the only undefeated player in the field, and so if Anish was to inflict a big fat 0, that's probably what Magnus is thinking, that it's good for him that no player in the field went undefeated, as Magnus had lost earlier in the first part of the tournament. Let me just go through the games. I think that in the A group, no, I beg your pardon, there is still the game of Ivan Saric and Radislav. They're still playing. I like White's position. Radislav is doing everything he can to hold on in this position. Wesley, of course. And then let me just check the B group standings. As we know, Wei Yi goes into the last round. He came into the round today, I beg your pardon, with a half a point lead over David Navarra. David Navarra could not close that gap. He is drawn with Sam Sevian. So Wei Yi will have a 1-point lead, and all he needs to do to qualify for the A group next year is to make a draw in his final round. Any other games going on? A lost game there. Vladimir Potkin, Robin Van Kampen. So we basically have 2 games remaining in the A group. Wesley So struggling a pawn behind against Anish Giri. And as I bring that game into my screen, I note that Wesley has just played the move Queen F5 to E5. So in a dream world, what White wants to do is play Queen to A8. And again, in a dream world, White would like to play A5, A6, retreat his queen to the B7 square, play A7, A8, obviously promoting to a queen, while at the same time maintaining control over this diagonal to avoid any perpetual checks. From Black's point of view, after, let me just play, pardon me, this move Queen A8 once again, and let me get rid of my arrows. From Black's point of view, it's really incumbent upon him, it's critical that he play H5, H4 at a proper time, so that after G3 takes H4, White's king is exposed to checks on G4 and so forth. The problem from Wesley's point of view is that he can't play H4 immediately, at least I don't think he can, because of this check, and Black's king simply has no safe squares that don't allow Anish to simply capture the pawn without exposing his king. So if we see this move Queen A8 by Anish, essentially Black has to set up a moment that H5, H4 is possible. So for example, he can move his king, stepping out from any checks on the back rank and playing for H4. Let's say, go baby go, A5, and now H4 right away. There's still no checks, and this looks very clean to my eyes that this should. I'm always afraid that there's going to be a series of checks that White will be able to return with his queen and not to allow any kinds of counterplay. But this is the type of thing that Wesley, in order to save the game, needs to do. He needs to expose White's king to perpetual check possibilities. Again, let me see what the players have actually played. Sorry, just getting an update on the games. Okay, that's an intriguing move, to say the least. King H2. King H2. It doesn't spoil anything, it just looks a little bit peculiar to put the king vis-a-vis against the queen on E5 into a pin, making H5, H4 a little bit possible in the near future. Of course, the problem with H4, this would be a dreadful move for the obvious reason we end up capturing the pawn for free, and then that's it. That's all over. So King H2. I think I'm beginning to understand what Anish has in mind. If Black prepares the advance of his H-pawn by first playing the move King G6 to H7, the pawn on F6 is guarded only by the queen. And then after the move Queen F4, Black is being frustrated. His queen is actually overloaded. On the one hand, the queen would like to stop the A-pawn from advancing. On the other hand, she needs to keep the pawn on F6 under guard. And if you move the king, then Queen F4, Queen E6, or a move like Queen E6, A5, and progress has been made, and still no chances for Black of exposing White's king. So I'm beginning to warm up to the move King H2, but I must say that it wasn't the first move that came into my mind. Let me just take a quick peek at the last round pairings, because only if Anish does not blow it and lose the game, Magnus Carlsen is going to go into the last round with a half a point edge. As Jonathan Tisdall had tweeted, Magnus Carlsen playing against Ivan Saric, who's still at the board, will have white and chances, if he so chooses, to play for a win. against a player who had inflicted a loss on him in the recent Olympiad in Tromsø. Very important game, obviously. And then Anish Giri will be black against Radoslav Wojtaszek. And if Anish could put together back-to-back wins, he'd be a very happy camper. Wesley So has a relatively easy pairing compared to the tournament cross table against Loke van Welly. So I'm sure Wesley was hopeful that he would escape unscathed in this game and maybe have a chances for first or tying for first by playing all out against Luke van Welly. But he's really in deep trouble in his current position. And again, let me just, all of the standings, the games can be found, of course, on the website, and there you have them on the graphic on your screen. And Wesley has chosen the move King G6 to F7, hoping against hope that his opponent is going to give him a chance to get in H5, H4, and again expose White's king. This was a better try, I must say, than my horrible King H7, because again, a moment ago I mentioned that after Queen F4, the pawn on F6, after Queen F4 now, the Queen can keep an eye on this pawn on A5 and keep an eye on this pawn on F2. So Anish Giri may get it in his mind that, well, maybe he should play King H3, keeping this trump in hand and feigning an attempt to maybe play Queen F4 and King H4, and who knows, on a very good day you might end up actually gobbling this pawn on H5 on a very good day. So still, Anish Giri, I think, has a technically winning position. Queen and pawn endgames are notoriously difficult because of all the perpetual check possibilities, but his safe king, his very, very safe king, makes it most probable that White will win. I want to just go back to the other game still ongoing at the moment. Ivan Saric. Let's just see what the last few moves have been bringing. White stands well. Definitely White is playing for the win. And we have... No, I have not reached... Okay, now I've reached the current position. And essentially, White's knight is doing a tremendous job. It's simply queen and very good knight against passive bishop. This dark squared bishop has to defend pawns on b4 as well as e5, and White just simply stands very well. Besides the fact that the queen is on pre, you have also got to keep an eye on Queen F6 check, which will pick up this bishop on d6. So we can anticipate that Black would have to drop back with his queen. And let me just see how I would like to deal with that. Queen e6. So you can... I was a great admirer of Tigran Petrosian, and one of the things that really stood out for me in the games of the former world champion was his ability to constantly improve the position of his pieces, even when I thought, gosh, his positions are all really, his pieces are all really well placed. He always managed to find a way to position them even better. So I'm looking at white's queen here on f3, and I'm thinking it's terrific. But there might be something to be said, for example, for playing a check. Oh, pardon me, that's not the check. I went a little bit too far. To playing queen b7 check. The dream position for white, let me just say, is a position where it would be a straight knight versus bishop ending. In this position, the knight would become dominant on the e4 square, and the king could easily come to c4. This would be a winning setup. So after check, black would be very well advised to either block the check with bishop e7 or step back to the f8 square. So this is where I was saying it would be nice from white's point of view to be able to improve the position of his queen. Now, a moment ago the queen was on f3. Suddenly it's taken up this dominant position on d5. And this is where I've tricked black. There's no check because of queen f3 with a counter check forcing the trade of queens in a winning position. So I would just look at that queen b7 check idea very greedily and want to do that. When I was on with Jan Smeets, Jan made a very good comment a long time ago that black needed to play h6 in order to break up this team of pawns, the g5, h4 pawns, which were really restraining not only black's king, but in many ways the black bishop. And I noticed that Radislav never played h7, h6, and Ivan has the best that he could have hoped for out of this position that the players have reached. So again, I would be, as white, I would investigate check, maybe driving the king back, and queen d5 as my first line of play. And also, just a second, hold on, I got the wrong check. Oops, that was not. Rats, hold on. Queen b7 check. I think black would have to play bishop back to e7 and play for h7, h6 in order to give himself some counterplay. My feeling is, as a positional player, that I really like white's advantage very much, and I think it's enough to win, but it's not that cut and dry, I'm afraid. Back to the game of Wesley So, and by the way, I encourage you to send me your tweets and comments, hashtag Tata Steel Chess. I would be very curious if the chess engines have figured out in their table bases if this is a win with an absolute definitive 100% certainty, as opposed to just their +2 for white, whether they say made in 99, it doesn't matter, or 000. I don't think it's going to be 000. I think it's going to be closer to the first one. Queen b3 check. Okay. King g7. I was just pausing for a minute because I'm trying to understand where it is that Anish ideally wants his queen. At first I thought he was playing for simply the square f4 to dislodge this queen on e5. But this move queen b3 tells me that's not his intent. Now I'm really wondering where he wants to go with his queen. Again, the dream from black's point of view is he wants to get in h5, h4, and of course white should not allow that to be done. Maybe queen b5, queen e1. Obviously a dream for black to be able to trade his h5 pawn for the f2 pawn. That certainly should not be allowed. Something like queen c5. Again, just to try to escort this pawn up the board, while also defending f2, while also keeping h5, h4 at bay. And that looks right, but let's see what the players have played. Not queen b5, but simply queen b4. And that also looks like a very lovely square for white's queen. A lot of multi-purpose reasons for wanting to put the queen on this nice square. First of all, you are keeping h5, h4 at bay. Secondly, white does, with his queen on b4, support the advance, the winning advance, if you will, a4, a5. Does that... I ask myself the question, is that the best square for the queen? So what could black do? Again, he has to be as disruptive as possible, and the only way that I really see for black to disrupt white's setup is something like queen f5, and just to be as annoying as possible. Again, let me show a variation which would be a dream for black and why it's so vital that black expose white's king. Here there's some checks, and this is what black really is hoping, is that he can force white's king into the open and set up a perpetual check. And obviously with this white's queen on b4, preventing just that precise possibility, just king g1. And one nice thing in this specific position is there's no check on the queen on b4, again protecting the h4 square, again setting up to the support the advance of the f pawn. And this looks very promising for Anish. If I was in black shoes, I would probably play, in this case against queen g1, king g1, queen g5, with the hope, once again, of a5 and h4. If queen takes must be winning, and I'm not sure that I'm not losing simply after g4, if not some other ones. Again, thank you for your tweets. Let's take a look at the one that just came over the transponder. And we have anytime you're ready. Having just a little trouble with the graphic for the moment. And here we go. King g6 to counter a5 with h4. I think this is... hold on. Yes, again. Thank you for the tweet. That's very much what I'm suggesting, is that king g6, a5 h4. This is exactly what black needs to do, is being able to trade this pawn for this pawn. If he could do that, then it would be a draw. By the way, a draw that we saw, funnily enough, it was Anish with white against Vasily Ivanchuk, where it was precisely that, a G and F pawn versus F pawn. Vasily actually erred in an even position. Anish had a chance to actually win this identical ending, but this is exactly the break that Wesley would need. Now, in this position, you just have to be sure that there will be some perpetual checks. But in any case, yes, thank you for your tweet. King G6 is definitely on a good move. And I suspect that I'm going to be here in a kind of a loop, because again, we now understand what both players have to do. Wesley simply needs to open up White's king as much as he possibly can to allow himself a perpetual check. Anish simply needs to advance his a-pawn while simultaneously preventing black from getting enough counterplay. And that's it. That's what it comes down to. And again, I'm going to switch for a moment, even though I know this is the much more important game, to Ivan Saric and Radislav Wojtaszek. Where are you? Where are you? And just a second. There you are. So, intriguingly enough, Ivan Saric did not play the move that I thought was screaming, Queen B7 check. Rather, he simply played the move Queen E4. Again, if I was in black shoes, as mentioned earlier, I would really want, almost in a kind of a desperate way, to play the move H7, H6 to give this bishop some counterplay against this G5, H4 pawn chain. And H6 is basically the only play in the position for black. So it's a little bit surprising to me that White did not play the check, but there you have it. And after H6, this was, I'm not a big fan of black's position, don't get me wrong, but this is almost the best that black could hope for in this position, is that he would just hang around with his king, waiting for white to do something, and then one day when I'm not hanging the pawn on E5, the bishop on E7 would be able to tie white down a little bit to the G5 pawn. Also in this position, I noticed that after Queen F5, black would certainly accept a queen trade in this position. Now black, the tables get turned. Well, not, wait a minute, what am I saying? Hold on, I spoke a little too fast. Queen F5. This would be very desirable for black, except oopsie daisy, knight H4 would simply win the game. There's a fork of knight, pardon me, king and bishop in the position white wins. So Queen F5 under a select number of circumstances. Okay, let me just get back to the game. What moves have been played by the players? Hey, okay, got one right. Kudos to myself. H7, H6, finally recognizing this is his sole source of counterplay. And I recall, so many games where I was suffering and I needed to play a move like H7, H6. And I got in such a move, and my opponents had, not in this position of course, but this type of a move to meet my source of counterplay with this h4, h5 response. And this was like, very visual, stunning response. Of course, that's not the issue here. But knight f3 has been played. And again, whether he likes it or not, that's not important. Black has to play this h6 takes g5 to keep his hopes of handling the position alive, staying in the game. Back to Wesley So for a moment. Moves have been played. Queen c7. Queen e4. All endgames, or queen and pawn endgames, if you like, are unique, and you have to understand the features of the position. But one general rule of thumb stands out in virtually all queen and pawn endings, and that is that you need to centralize your queen, that the queen is very powerful in the sweet center on e4, d4, e5, or d5 squares. So a general rule of thumb is that you want to keep your queen centralized. So a moment ago, the tweet suggestion for king g6 was a very, very good one, as black keeps his queen in the center. Wesley actually played queen c7, queen e4, and now it's white whose queen is dominant in the center. And again, this a4, a5 kind of thing can always turn up. And for the moment, black has to be very concerned that moves like queen f5 and a5 don't suddenly appear. The players have actually played a few moves very quickly. So after the move queen c7, queen e4, queen c7 to c5, touching the pawn, king g2, the king comes back, and Wesley So to play. Very difficult position, especially for the time controls. It's very easy for white to always, when he needs to, give a check and a return, picking up a minute on the clock. And it's not so easy for black to always pair a couple of moves. And the times differences, 31 minutes for Anish, 17 for Wesley. Of course, the position is not about the clock, but it's always nice from the white player's point of view in such positions that he can always make a couple of moves to quickly add time to his clock, and the defender does not have that opportunity. So after king g2, we do have a move, and that move was queen g5. So I don't know if we're transposing or whatever. We had such a moment before where I was suggesting that queen b7 check. Let me put the king, in this case, on h6 square. And let me pause for a moment, because I'm just thinking about the move queen b5 as well as the move queen a8. Again, I'm keeping the pawn from coming to h4 because I've got this check from behind. At the same time, I want to advance the pawn. But there's something about this move queen b5 that I also really like, to try to force the queen away from the square g5. For example, if I could provoke black to step back with his queen, queen back to g6, then I have this nice little move, queen c4, protecting h4 square, and now I'm really ready to roll with my a pawn. Both queen f5 as well as queen g5 both get met by queen f4. So Wesley, being driven backwards here in this queen and pawn endgame. And again, I'm going to bring up updated moves. So queen g5. Anish Giri to play, and I'm thinking queen b7 check. I chose king h6. I'm not sure that that's the best move. Looking at queen b5, and I'm thinking this is the way for white to force to wrong foot, if you will, black's queen. Last time I looked at queen g6. This time I'm just going to give queen g4 a chance. And now something about queen e8 I kind of like a lot. Protecting the square e4. I want to go check. I want to possibly go check. And so forth. I have a tweet. Let's see what we've got. Thank you, subtle forces. Not so subtle. Thank you for trying to answer my question as to put up the Gary So position. I don't get a table base hits though. Thank you very much for that effort. What I meant to ask is, we know from the table bases that you get to a position with just a very limited amount of material on the board, just a few units, and then perfect play and you get a perfect answer. And I was curious, from the position that the players have achieved already, if Anish or Wesley could force a sequence of moves that get us to a table base. Apparently there's too many forces on the board at the moment. Thank you, subtle forces, for your help in that. I very much appreciate it. And another tweet. All right, we're rocking and rolling. Kana, please. This round is very favorable for Magnus. His opponent tomorrow and his two most dangerous rivals this time in long games today. Let's repeat that. Certainly, if Wesley could somehow hold for a miracle draw, he does have a favorable pairing tomorrow in the sense that he will have white against Luke Van Welly, who has had a poor event, and if Wesley could win that game, that would bring him up to +5, Magnus having to win. Conversely, if Anish wins, although he'll be trailing Magnus by a half a point, he'd also have the black pieces, making his assignment that much more difficult. So yes, I can understand why Magnus would say, love to see Anish winning today. Let me see what moves have been played. Very subtle queen and pawn endgame. We did not see my suggested move, queen b7. Instead, Anish has played check. And again, I have to mention, it's very, very difficult for the defender to face these checks, because you don't really know, are you simply trying to make some moves to gain time on the clock, or are you really trying to pose me with really awkward problems. So queen check, king g6, queen check, check, and again, same situation for Wesley. His opponent at the moment is just picking up some nice time on the clock, and at the same time putting problems like, it may be crucial. It would seem intuitive that you would want to play king h6 here, but there may be a real problem as to why that move isn't feasible. For example, if you go queen b5 in response to king h6, then after a move like queen g4, well, guess what? Now we're attacking this pawn with check, we're covering the diagonal, and we're forcing king g6, and I'm just checking a5, finally getting ready to rock and roll with the a pawn, h4, and again, have I misplaced black's king? I'm just checking, double, triple checking that there aren't perpetuals in the position. Oh, let me just boldly point out a brilliant way of losing for white would be queen f3, h3. Now that would be very embarrassing. The white king is forced away from the protection of his queen. Ivan Saric is also playing a very long game as well, and let me go quickly back to that game. HG, knight takes g5. Okay. Fair enough. Queen f6, and now check by Ivan Saric. And this, you don't want to walk with your king into a mate. We have to always put out these checkmating patterns. So I'm anticipating black has to block the check to his king with his bishop. Now the big question is it the proper setting for unleashing the c-pawn, c5 or not? I like it. I like c5. I'm afraid that this h7, h6 necessary comes a little bit too late for black, and it's time to march c5. Think from the Greek mythology, unleash the kraken, get that c-pawn up the board. Back to the queen ending. Pardon me, I just want to see how many times we have a repetition. Queen d7 check, king h6. Again, these are difficult decisions for Wesley. He has to struggle over them, while for Anish, he gets to pick up time, give his opponent problems, and only he knows what's going through his head in terms of getting these checks in or not. I just want to point out there's another thing that I hadn't noticed a moment ago, but there's also something to be said for queen d8 in this exact position. First of all, h4 is a no-no, as we've seen before. A check picks up the pawn, and if black goes king backwards to, say, h7, the queen on d8 also protects the a pawn. And let me just see that h4, I have this nasty check to the king. The whole point is you can't go to h6 because I will immediately trade queens, and if black's king goes to the g file, then the pawn advances, and at the same time white's king is not exposed because of queen takes g3, and again a queen trade, and that's very simple. So very, very tough for Wesley here. If white manages to play a5 and black does not manage to play h4 in a proper moment, then it's all over. It's game over right there and then at that moment. So I'm just wondering if Wesley has set the table perfectly or not for his a-pawn to advance. Oops. And by the way, Ivan did play the move c4, c5, so it appears like he is ready, cruising, well, winning, let's simply say. Queen d7, back to the queen and pawn endgame. And I'm just going to take a break because I think, again, I'm going to be in a loop, and I'll talk over with our producers what we would like to do as, again, this is a vital outcome. We may go on an extended break for a little bit, because otherwise I'm just going to be repeating myself ad nausea until one of the players plays h4 or one of the players plays a5. So we're going to break. We will definitely resume, and we'll talk about what we want to do for the rest of today. Again, just a shout out, tomorrow the games will start earlier, I think by an hour, but I want to confirm that as well. So be back shortly. Good evening, chess fans, and welcome again to our 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival live coverage from the championship rounds. We took an extended break as we're waiting for developments to take place in our two remaining games. The Queen ending is still ongoing, but in the game between Ivan Saric and Radislav check. We have significant developments. When we had left our game, White had just advanced his pawn to c5, an advance that I thought was winning. Black played e5, e4. Queen takes b4, a very nice move, picking up a pawn. Check has been played, and king e3, and we see that simply there's no perpetual checks in the position, and White is winning. The problem that Black is facing is that after queen c1 check, the king just boldly marches up, captures this pawn on e4. Any bishop takes c5 is being met by queen takes c5, and of course queen takes c5, knight e6 check, forks king and queen, and that is why Black is basically losing material, pawns, shedding pawns. And, well, there you go. This is the problem that Black is facing, whether or not he would like to continue the position when he's 2 pawns down and dominant. By the way, for tomorrow's game, as nothing like a healthy dose of confidence for chess players. Sometimes I actually have the feeling that being confident before the game is a requirement for top-level chess, and tomorrow a very big game between Magnus Carlsen, world champion, and Ivan Saric, and nothing like a victory before you play against the world champion. It's very important. So queen c1 check has been played, by the way, and Ivan just double checking his calculations to make sure that after king takes e4, there's nothing stopping this capture. Again, queen, there's no checks, and any check on h1 just simply gets met with the move knight f3. Knights are tremendously good at protecting kings against queen checks. They're really a great piece, actually, for doing the job. So let me just check to see what moves have been played. And again, we do have king takes e4, Black shedding pawns, and maybe on a good day, White's king can actually make a quick trip to even the c6 square, where he'll be well protected from checks by both of his pawns on the queen side, as well as the white queen. So Black in a great deal of trouble here. Let's go to the queen ending, back to our queen ending. Of major importance to the tournament, and we finally do. No, I was about to say, I think we're going to reach a moment where White is either going to be playing for a5 or Black is playing for h4. Anish to play with White, and again facing Wen as he set the table properly for this a5 advance. Should he play queen b5 here, offering a trade of queens, of course? Let me see what Black is going to have to do to meet this. Black needs to keep his queen as active as possible. Maybe a move like queen here, just so that we can harass and again play for this advance. Check. Let me just put some moves on the board finally, and again we still have to deal with this h4. That here I think I can just simply snap a pawn. again, it's vital. It's either this type of thing or resigns, where White's king gets loses its shelter from checks. It's vital that Black play in this fashion, that Wesley has to go for this type of thing. Let me see what moves have been made. Again, no real progress in the last 10 odd moves, but certainly Wesley has been has a very, very difficult defense, because he's got to constantly put his queen and king on the right square. So again, a very, very difficult job for the defender. Back to the game of Ivan Saric. Do we have some moves? After king takes e4, we've seen queen to c2 check. Okay. And I think, if nothing else, I have the simple king d5, just cozying up to the pawn. Any series of checks will probably, well, this check actually doesn't allow me to, as white, to get the very comfortable queen c3 check in because of this check. Okay, so king d5, queen f5. We can kind of play around the mulberry bush here, but I think this move, king c6, is actually very good. Check. I'm just looking at all of these moves. And check. And here we see the knight actually playing an important role, defending against any further check on e4. And here Black stops, essentially, giving checks. So Ivan Saric, well on his way to victory at the moment. Stranger things have happened. I'm still reeling, as I'm sure Wojciech is, from his loss in the previous round to Liren Ding. And if you were fortunate enough, Ding did come on our show and talk today about his game with Magnus. Very soft-spoken Ding Liren, by the way. Back to our queen and pawn endgame. And again, a queen g5. Well, it's a very, very grim defense, but when you manage to save games like this, if Wesley manages to save games like this, I cannot tell you how very, very meaningful it is. It's not only for the tournament, but even a chess player's career. Saving hard, difficult positions is vital to being a world-class, top elite grandmaster, and this is a very, very difficult position to save. If Wesley manages to do it, I think his confidence would be greater than it's ever been in his career, and he would be going into the last round with full wind to his sails. So, crucial ongoing battle in this, the penultimate round. Again, we're just going to take a break, and we'll keep our coverage of this crucial game. We just want to see a development taking place with either h4 or a5 when I have something really important to say. All right, we'll take a break and we'll come back. Fans, and welcome again to our live coverage of the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. We're in the penultimate round where we have two ongoing, very hard-fought games. Ivan Saric has made tremendous progress against Radislav Wojtaszek and is now in a winning position. When we have left it back at these parts, first the b4 pawn for black had been captured. Now the e4 pawn as well. And as mentioned before we went on break, after I like this maneuver of king d5 to c6 to b5 to get the white king away from any perpetual checks and to evolve the white queen in terms of safeguarding the white king. So at this moment, 2 pawns to the good. You never want to really say the game's in the bag until your opponent has resigned, and you have to remain vigilant throughout. But it does appear at this moment, to my eyes, that white is well on his way to victory. Returning to the more vital game for our tournament standings, we come yet again to the queen ending, and I thought that at last, when we get back to this moment, that Anish had set the table right at these parts, right here, before he played the move queen b1 check. I thought he had set the table nicely for finally advancing his a-pawn. A near ideal scenario. His queen's on the long diagonal, protecting his king against perpetual check opportunities. And after h4, I had some idea in mind. I believe it was queen b1 check that really messes black up in terms of making any repetitions. How did I had a vision. The idea was in that in case of king h6, I could, we call these ladder checks, ladder check my queen up the board to get it in position here. Sorry, let me just continue with my ladder checks for just a moment. And I get this position where h takes g3 is no longer possible because of queen takes g3 and wins. So I thought the position was all set for a5, and suddenly we had queen b1 check, and it's like, oh no, not again. Let's see what has happened. Oh, we do have an a5. Yay. Finally development. Queen b1 check, king g7, a5, h4, and the simple queen d3. Same idea. Essentially, white is saying you don't have time for h takes g3 because queen takes g3 and your king forces your king's position forces the trade of queens. In the meanwhile, black has to be quick because this a-pawn is really going fast. So let's imagine queen a4 for just a moment. And I'm thinking that Anish is going to want to advance his a-pawn, again, trying his best not to allow any perpetuals. So takes, this is the best that black could hope for, is that at least white's king is not as nicely protected as before. And let's see, queen takes check. Let's just play a few moves here for a moment and see if white can't do something of this nature, where I just want to put this position on your boards, where white's queen for the moment covers this check, but we've got this check, and I can step back we've got this check, and I can step back, and we've got this check, I can step up, and finally, at some moment, you have to deal with this fellow, and here I've got it, finally. Pawn promotes to the queen, and there's simply no checks for Wesley. So we're going back to the game live at the moment, and Wesley, after queen d3, has dropped back with his queen, queen a6. Uh-oh. Aha, excuse me. Pardon me. I had a sudden desire, greed, man's noblest emotion, grabbing this h-pawn, and very happy to meet queen g4 check with queen g3. That would be tragedy. But the tragedy of capturing the h-pawn is that queen a8 check followed by queen takes a5 would be a dream come true for Wesley. So queen c8 has been played. Now does Anish have any very clever moves? Because it's clear that black is very desirous of hg. Let me just try one thing. a6, h takes g3, and by the way, I do believe a5, a6 has been played. Let me just update to make sure that is the case. It looked like on my webcam there for a moment that the pawn went to a6. Let's assume it has. a6, h takes g3. I'm just stalling here for a moment because there is some reasons that white may even want to play the move f2, f3 to keep his king insulated. I'm not well, I think queen takes g3 check. You can't go to the h file, so you'd have to come to f7, let us say. Queen check, king g6, let's say. And again, there are some reasons why you may want to play with the move f2, f3, queen check, king back. In this position, not to allow the queen to come to g4 and or a8, f2, f3 could be the way to continue. No checks in the position for black at the moment, and a6. So a6 has been played, and we have 4 minutes 22 seconds. Let me just be sure of the clock times.
That's the evaluation.
Oh, pardon me. I'm told that the computers really love white's position now that he's finally managed to get his pawn so far up the board. So after, we're going to go back after queen d3, queen c8, a6, queen c6 check. As I'll boldly mention it again, there's no queen f3 thanks to this devastating h4, h3 check move. So queen c6, I mentioned f2, f3. Now looks like a very good time to get such a move in. And after h takes g3, a7, not only the rooks belong behind passed pawns, but so do queens. Queen a4. And now do I have anything very clever? In the absence of anything very clever, I'd have to play queen e3. And one day king takes g3. So just a second. pardon me, queen c6, a6, queen c6 takes on g3, a7, queen a4, queen e3. Man, I can only really feel for the players as they've been playing non-stop for so very many hours, and here it's coming down to critical moments. I see this move queen h4, and I might be very bothered by this move. Promoting to a queen, queen h2 check and g2 check, and black's right back in saving mode. Let me switch back to the game at hand. And after Wesley's move queen c6 check, it's provoked king h2, which is very good for Wesley, as now he, well, I'll take that back. I was about to say h takes g3 comes with gain of tempo, but that's certainly not true, because queen takes g3 is very nice for white. Again, a7 is on white's agenda. Queen b6 has been played, aiming at the f2 pawn, stopping the a pawn. King g1 has been played, and again, let me get caught up on the clocks. 71 moves, 15 minutes for the rest of the game, as well as bonus time for Wesley, 24 minutes for I think by the way, I apologize, I got caught up. I thought king g1 was played, when in fact it's simply forced. Well, forced is a strong word, but the best move, king g1. And let's see, we see on the webcams, which I just love, by the way, as you get great high-quality video of the players. Anish had reached for his king, paused, removed his hand. We're expecting king g1, and now as we've got on the screen, let's imagine h takes g3. So I suppose after queen takes g3, both players can be somewhat happy. King f7, queen back to d3. As white has advanced his a pawn, black has done the best he could possibly do, which was to eliminate the h pawn from the board, as well as the g3 pawn from the board. And again, this is if you're at home or putting it in your engine and seeing the engine's evaluation, it's so very easy for you to understand that it's a big advantage for white, but at the same time, it's so very difficult for both players because they know that these are the most critical moments. A single slip, and suddenly, an effort of 7 hours is lost. So this is very harsh for the players. Okay, let's go back to the position on hand, and we've got a completely different approach by the players, and now the players are moving very quickly. And what do I see? I see a position with the queen on f2, which was very unexpected for me. So after queen c6, pardon me, let's go back. After queen c6 check, king h2, queen f2, I had expected to move king g1. That was not played, rather king g2. And here Wesley could have played queen c6 repeating. He did not. He thought his best chance lay with the move h3 check, which was played. King takes h3, queen takes f2, and my goodness, first impressions are not really so impressed by Anish's treatment here, because this is the best that black could hope for, is that he gets a queen, his queen, pardon me, as close to white's king as possible, making all kinds of checks. At the moment, black has this pawn on a7 under guard, and Anish, in order to advance his pawn, like this would be a clumsy attempt. Let me just show you what would be a dream for Wesley. In case of check, this would be a terribly clumsy attempt, and now suddenly, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if after something like queen f1 check, white literally has blown the position, and there's a sudden perpetual check in the position. Oops. So that would be a very clumsy attempt in this position for white. And Anish is given black his best chances that he might have in the position. Again, I'm going to go back to the game of Ivan Saric for a moment, just to make sure that that game is either ongoing or is over. We're going to go back. When we left it, this wonderful move king a4 had been played. Ivan's king is nice and safe. He's 2 pawns to the good. All of these moves were played, and after queen d5, queen b6, as usual, the c5 pawn is indirectly defended because of the knight coming to e6. And after queen b6, do we have a move? No, I don't have a move at the moment on my screen, and that looks really good. Maybe just simply good enough for white. I have a move, king h6, that knight e6 check had been hanging over black's position for quite some time. So finally, there's no more check that black has to worry about. But here the question is, can't white simply advance his pawns? I suspect the answer is a definitive yes. b4, and funnily enough, with this queen and these 2 pawns, all of these checks do is actually end up advancing white's king to a position where it's even safer than ever, and there will be no more checks in the very near future. So again, Ivan Saric still in the winner's seat in that game. Back to our queen ending for a moment, and queen c4 has been played by Anish Giri. Well, again, I can only say that Wesley's position is likely lost, even hopeless, but he's, to his credit, he's managed to achieve the best position he possibly could, which was to get this h-pawn traded for the f2 pawn. Now, with this move, queen c4, white is basically asking black to make a move. And the whole point is, these are the type of positions where black would prefer not to have a king. It'd be much easier for him to defend the position, but he always, like, if he were to make a move, a crass move like king h6, though this is the downside of having a king, you walk into a check. Similarly, same story, queen f5 check, queen g4 is met with queen g4 and a counter check. So black needs to put his, after the move queen c4, he needs to find a square for his king where he can deliver a check without being forced to trade queens. Is there such a good square on the board? Maybe something. I'm toying, I must say, I'm toying with the idea of playing f6, f5, a move I really don't want to play. But on the other hand, if I go king h7, I'm a little fearful that with the queen coming to e4, again, it's kind of very crucial diagonal. Let me just show you what I'm fearful of. That I'll be able to play a7, and I end up getting back to g2 and saving my king from harm's way. So that's a clear win. Let me go again, returning to the position at hand. And Wesley, after queen c4, did go king g6. Okay, so this is the position I was a little bit worried about, allowing white to get his queen to, well, I don't want to say the monster square, but I want to say it's more like ideal square than it is a monster square. Gosh, such a difficult ending. I really do not envy either of the players. It's so hard to keep your concentration for so many hours, and with the entire game essentially hanging on the line with each and every move, the players are definitely being tested here. Well, championship chess at its best. We're going to take a break. I'm your host, Yasser Sarawan. I will remain with the game. We're on break. We'll come back, and we'll see if Anish Giri is able to reel in this vital point in the penultimate round. Good evening once again, chess fans, as we resume our live coverage of the penultimate round of the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. It's been a long day for everybody here, but we're engrossed in a very, very difficult queen ending as Wesley So is seeking, doing his very best to maintain his second place position in the tournament. He's defending a difficult ending against Anish Giri. We have a lot of chess fans, Dutch locals here rooting for Anish. Wesley has managed, I believe, to get his best chances. Going to the position, I wasn't really happy about Wesley's decision to play f5. I've talked in a general terms that in queen endings, what is vital is that you have your queen well centralized. Equally, I might add, is that your king has a lot of protection. I didn't like the move f5, preferring instead that black keep an active king to stop white's king from ever trying to escape up the board with king g5. That wasn't Wesley's choice. He's certainly aware of what I've just stated, but he did choose the move f5. Queen g2 was played. I was looking at two moves. The first move was queen b6, which I didn't like. I eventually decided that I liked the move queen a1 best, not only for rook endings, but also in queen endings, behind the pawn, and as well, this move, queen a1, is equally spectacularly threatening mate in one. And the idea that I thought about was king g2. Let me just show you the analysis that I was looking at when before we went on break. Was before I was talking about how it was important for Wesley to try to get as many checks in the position. Because he managed to trade his h-pawn, it may be that Anish is going to have to sprint with his king over to the queen side to help shepherd his pawn home. That may be the case. Let me just show you, pardon me, where I was going here. And I was trying to get the white king to the b6, b7 squares, and away we go with the pawn. In fact, the players have reached the position. If I'm looking properly at the board, let me just move my cursor for a moment. I do have the position where, so the players have reached, amazingly, the analysis. So at the moment, this is the position on the board, and let me just double check how much time remains for the players. I have 7 minutes and 20 seconds for Wesley, 11 minutes for Anish, and to continue once again where we left off, I thought check, check, king to b5. I thought check, pardon me, not king there, but rather king to c5, and trying to bring the king close to the queen as well as escorting the a-pawn. Oh my. A game of, again, immense importance to the tournament standings. I don't want to give the fans of Anish a heart attack, but again, I think that Wesley has got to be extremely delighted to be in this position where he has, in my view, real chances of saving the game. Let me just demonstrate one idea as to why I believe his chances of drawing have increased. If you imagine that White is able to achieve his king into some kind of safety, once White's king steps in, oops, yes, this is what I want, I think this is what I want to show. is that once white's king steps in front of the pawn and it's safety, pardon me, the pawn on g3 might be captured, and we get into an ending. Sorry, I'm just going to try to get this pawn as far up the board. Oops! No, this is losing. Normally, if the king were on g2 and the pawn were on f2, it would be a win. In this particular case, it's not, thanks to queen h1. But I do believe Wesley has better chances of holding now than he did ages and ages ago. By the way, we do have a result, a very important victory for the Croatian player, Ivan Saric. Our congratulations to him. Let's just briefly check in as to how he managed to reel in the whole point. We were back here, and Ivan played the move c6, which turned out to be winning, so I can't criticize it in any way. I thought of the move b4, and before I left, I had just given a very poor line where I thought any series of checks would only be helpful for white. The king gets to d7. That did not occur, of course. What did occur was c6, king h5, knight h7. Okay, a little peculiar. Check, takes, c7 finally. Okay, check, queen a6 blocking, queen b5, and now king b6. And now the Polish Grandmaster resigned the game, as he cannot stop this c-pawn. Let me just give the line, the final line. Am I giving the right line? I'm not 100% sure, because I noticed for this first time that, oops. So let me just double check. King b6, black gave it up, queen c8, and let me just, well, I wouldn't have resigned. I would have waited for my opponent to find the win, which I'm sure exists, by the way. A little tiredness on my part, but my instinctive desire to play queen a6 may allow something from black, maybe just simply queen centralizing to e5, both threatening the bishop and harassing black's king. That should do it. Back to our most important game, the queen ending. Check on b3. Queen c3. Okay. I thought that white was intent on running his king after queen b3, running his king towards the queen side. Queen c3. Pause here for a moment. Queen d5 was played. I'm just thinking about queen a4 once again, but queen d5 check was played. Queen d4, queen b5 check, queen b1, a little ring around the rosies. And again, Anish is not going to be very pleased with his endgame technique. I'm not happy about what Anish has done here. This is very disconcerting. The problem I'm having for white is if white puts his king on the g1 a7 diagonal, essentially it means he's no longer threatening to advance his pawn because of the check from behind. And this might give black the time he needs to get to that position where he'll have an f-pawn, white will have a queen, but the f-pawn will end up drawing the game if black can play king g4 takes g3, give up his queen for the a-pawn, and make a draw. So let me go to the position at hand. Anish Giri to play. Big drama in this game. Queen b1 check, and now where should white protect? Where should white place his king? Wow. Now maybe a rethink is in order here, because I didn't like king d4. I'm not a big fan of king c3. Let me just take a move back, if I may, and go king e2. Not too many checks, because if we do a check and check, maybe I don't think I managed to hide away on the h file because of checks back here. So king e2 check, king e2. Maybe I have a better move. This is nice. King e3. This may be a better square. So finally we do get, because of the reduction in material, we do get a table base situation that after king e2, had Anish played the move king e2, then according to the table bases, there would be mate and checkmate in 58 moves. And let me explain why. Once again, the queen b2, actually there's a king d1 move, and there's no checks in the position, because in case of queen a1, I have blocking the check with a counter check. King e2 wasn't played. Oh, it's so difficult to play these queen and pawn endings. Oh my gosh. Check, king d2, queen b2 check. I'm told that Anish has not blown it. Rather, king e2 was made in 58. King d2 is made in 59. Okay, well, there you go. Anish to play, I think, the mate in 59. I didn't calculate the last 56 moves, but what I can see instead is that after the move king d1, I'm able to block any further checks by black with queen c1 check. So it turns out that black's king on g5, again, this is a position, if you didn't have a king, you could continually harass white's king. So the king on g5 is actually misplaced. Maybe black should take a time out, so to speak, and play a move like king h5 here. But I'll believe the table bases that even after... No, I can't play king h5. Apologies. Queen e2 check is a winner. So king d2 has been played. Queen b2. Wesley So trying to defend a very, very difficult ending, and Anish Giri to play. We expect him to play the move king d1, and Wesley will have a hard time coming up with the best defense. But that's been the case since this endgame started a long while ago. King d1. Oh dear. Let's try queen b6 to keep the pawn in contact. Now I'm having real difficulties. Should I play king c1, trying to squeeze? Should I try king c2? Oh boy, it's tough. It's tough. I think if I were white here, I'm not sure. If I were white, would I want to play King C1 or not? Boy, tough. Let's just go to the players and leave it in their hands and see what Anish has come up with. It's harsh. Oh, he didn't play King D1 as expected, but rather King E3. Check has been played, and he's moved back to F2. This was a very human decision, I must say, but what I discovered only a little bit too late is there was no hiding out on the H file because of this nasty Queen H8 check. So coming back to the game, I'm wondering where white is heading with his king. Again, I'm anticipating Queen B2 check by Wesley. From the webcam, it doesn't look like Wesley played Queen B2 check. Oh boy. Queen A5 was Wesley's choice. Queen A5. I can only imagine how difficult it is for the players after so many hours of concentration to have a position where every move is critical and the players are near exhaustion. Here, one idea for I'll completely blow it here. But one idea for white is a move like Queen D3. You just set up so that any checks by black are actually inconsequential and helpful. But the players are going to be making, I was about to say quiet moves, trying to outfox one another. Instead, the very direct Queen F4 check was played. King dropped back naturally to G6. Queen D6 check has been played. And, and now Wesley will likely want to put his king in safety over here on H5. The problem I see with King G5 is Queen E7 check will support the advance of the A pawn yet again. So let me just check. Yes, indeed, King H5 has been played. And now, what does Anish have in mind? Wow, this is so engrossing. I know this is not everybody's cup of tea in terms of drama and excitement. It's not excitement, but it's just championship chess. Everybody wants to win pretty games with beautiful combinational play, but I'll tell you what, good endgames is what separates masters from one another, and we have these elite players and what challenges they are facing. Thank you for a tweet, and let me see what we have. First of all, Wilhelm, hello. Regardless of the result, this is the kind of game that will make Wesley So a hero to many. Fight, fight, fight. Yes, agreed 100%. You know, if Wesley were to save this game, again, it's not just a tournament making result, but a career one. There are certain games in every player's career that define them and who they are. And to draw, if he's capable, if he manages to draw such a tough game, wow, I just tip my hat in awe. This is really, really great stuff. From Anish's point of view, I can't imagine anything but extreme disappointment if he doesn't manage to gain the whole point here. I still think that white is winning, by the way, but it's going to take some very, very good technique, and we'll see if he's got the right stuff. Let me just see what I would do if I were in white's shoes. First of all, I'm not 100% sure I like my queen on d6. I probably just simply want to withdraw it back to d3 and to give the position a calibration here. Because on the one hand, I thought that white's king on d1 going to b3 was very good, and now a whole new remake of the position is required. Again, let me just see what moves have actually transpired. Queen f4, king g6, queen d6, king e3. Again, not a move that I had anticipated. King e3. If I were Wesley, I would dream, just literally dream, of being able to place my king somewhere down here on the king's side with a move like king g4, followed by, I mean, this would be a kind of ideal, is to kind of get the king hidden away. But a crucial question is, how does white avoid all kinds of checks following queen e1? What has Anish in mind? What I'm saying is that in case you go king d4, queen, where are we going? Where are we going? Queen a1. I'm dogging the king for the moment. This has not been done. I don't know. Queen e1 check may have been a missed opportunity. I'm not sure. Every move, the valuation may change dramatically with each and every move. I thought king g4 and queen e1 were vital. Queen a4 instead was played, and now after queen a4, Anish has played king d2. And Anish is back to his idea of getting his king to escort the pawn. Oh my. Oh, I don't envy the players one bit, the task that they have in front of them. I have played in my career a few queen endings, but they have been, I'm going to say in my practice, a little bit rare. I've played a lot of minor piece endings, I've played a lot of rook endings, but queen endings are definitely not a specialty in my career, and I just know the complexity is great. I've played a lot of king and pawn endings, and somehow in a number of the king and pawn endings that come to my mind instantly, I have blown so to speak. Probably the worst examples, I had a winning king and pawn ending. I didn't do a triangulation against Leonid Shamkovich in a crucial game that was a draw. And I once lost a pawn up king and pawn end game against Boris Gelfand, in a tragedy that I needed to shower and cleanse myself. It was so bad. Okay. By the way, on the live rating standings going into this game, 2792.5 for Anish Giri, number 6 in the world, 2788.5 for Wesley So. Interesting for the live ratings what the outcome of this game means. And again, let me just catch up with the players, because after this move, King D2 by Anish, Queen B3 was played. Again, boldly stating the obvious, no A7 in the position because of the check and grabbing the pawn. And Anish needs to now find out how he wants to deal with these quiet moves. Well, I just don't like this queen so close to my king, and I think Queen D3 is crucial. Actually, Queen D3 is a great move, because not only is it bothersome to Black's queen, but I notice now, very importantly, it's also a tempo against this pawn on F5. So let's just continue a line, for example, check, a pause for a moment, Queen E2, Queen A5, and I think White is making progress here. Something like Queen comes to C4, and again, oh boy, preparing the tables of a king run to the queen side. The players struggling. Queen, King D2, Queen D3, bravo to Anish. Good move. Queen A2 check. Not happy about this move. King E3 has been played. Okay, just a second. Oh, jeez. You can tell if I'm tired, the players are definitely tired. I have it in my brain. It's kind of like an echo image. King G4, I've been wanting to get in this move. Of course, it blunders the game immediately thanks to Queen E2. So there's no King G4 in the position for Wesley, unfortunately for him. And now he has to decide instead. I'm a little worried that if he plays a move like King G5, that there may be some series of ladder checks where he gets his queen into an ideal position. For example, let me just boldly point out mate. At least I can see that much. That he may get his king through some kinds of ladder checks to a position where he'll be able to advance his pawn with A7, protected by the queen, and there's still no checks, draws in the position. Tough. Again, back to the game. Check was played. King G5 was played. I was a little bit afraid of that move, but instead of the check that I was just looking at, King F3, and now Wesley So to play after the move King F3. Likely he will want to keep his queen on the A file, as well as give himself as many opportunities to check White's king. I suspect a human move like Queen A1 would be attractive to the human. I can only imagine the worst opponent for me in this position would be a chess engine, because I think I would be making mistake after mistake in terms of winning it with white or defending it with black, and the engine would just play perfectly. Here, the two human players struggling are inevitably going to have to play it imperfectly, and they just have to play it by feeling. By the way, yay for me, I get one guess right. Okay, Queen A1 again. Wesley trying to keep the A pawn, as well as trying to do his best to make as many checks possible for himself. Once more, by the way, I'm told that a table base has shown that white does have a forcing sequence of moves that end in checkmate. So Anish is back, or maybe always had a winning position, but again, a checkmate with perfect play from this position for white. We are not going to see perfect play. Let me just say that is not going to happen. But what is going to happen is we are going to take a break. I cannot allow myself to be pulled to a dinner, which is anxiously waiting for me. We're going to take a break. We will resume our coverage from this championship penultimate round of the 2015 Tata Steel Chess event. Please stay with me, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. A very good evening and a welcome to you all dedicated chess fans. This is your host, Yasser Serwan, bringing you live coverage of the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. I say dedicated because what I want to tell you is going to be quite surprising to each and every one of you. About a half an hour ago, it was about 15,000 persons online simultaneously watching the game. It's actually risen. The number of people has risen. We have over 18,000 of you viewers. And I was taking the break to show you a line, to understand the position. After queen d8 check, king h6, check, here, check, here, a7, check, here, and the computer was showing a forced mating sequence where the geometry was somehow very strange, where there was a whole series of checks with the queen. You eventually get a position like this where there's no more checks because of an interference with the queen, and we have a queen f3 and a pawn promoting. So let's just go with the players for a moment and catch up to where they are. Back. Queen d8 check. The chess engines approved of these checks, and a7, and the players have to move quickly. They still have time, but they're building up some bonus, check, and we have this situation on the board. I am told, thank you again to Macaulay, our producer here, who's been with us, and Leonard Oates, who's been with us throughout this riveting game, that there's a checkmate for white in 33 moves from this moment. But for the players, they're really in the dark. They can just see a series of checks ahead of them. Again, there's been some checkmating opportunities. This would be a horrible one, but we've seen a number of different checkmating patterns here. I'm assuming that, again, it's that strange geometry that after a series of checks, white will end up with his king in a position where he'll be able to interpose any checks with his queen, for example, as we're seeing right now. Again, I'm going to go back for a moment to the position at hand. So after queen h1 check, indeed, guided by his human instinct, king e2, queen e3, and again, Wesley's job, in some ways it's easy for both players. It's difficult position, but in some ways it's easy for both players. Wesley's job is just to make as many problems for white as he possibly can. Conversely, Anish just wants to avoid falling into a pattern which allows an instant perpetual check, and he wants to be able to block checks eventually with his queen. So again, as pointed out a moment ago, this would be a dream for white, and what Wesley needs to do is not allow that type of thing. He has played queen, pardon me, I apologize. He played queen c4 check. And let me just check, let me just see where I would go with my queen, with my king. I do not want to fall for this horrific blunder. I mean, working so hard, how painful that is. And I think it's everything, everyone has experienced this. You played a really, really good game. You've been working hard for the full point for many hours in a single bad move, and you threw away all your work product effort with a bad move. Here, where would I go with my king? I think I'm just simply stepping back with king e1, and I don't see any real... Well, if you go check, how do I manage to misplace the black queen? No, I can't. I want to skedaddle over here to the queen side. Maybe again, pointing out the horrific. Oh boy. So again, let me just update. Queen, what has happened? King e1. Where would I move my king for a moment? It's been mentioned by me that when there was a queen a1 check and my king, for example, was on g1, I was trying to find sanctuary along the h file. I couldn't do that because there was a queen h8 check. Perhaps in this position I can go for the sanctuary on the h file as follows. Because again, there's no check on h8, and I think that this would be winning. Let me catch up with the players, because in fact, that is exactly what Anish has gone for. With the king on f6, it blocks queen h8. He's played king e1, check, check, king g2, and black Wesley So to play. I believe that Anish is back on track with a winning idea. He has done king g2. I'm looking at the at the video cameras, pardon me, queen b7 check, and king h2. So sanctuary along the h file, thanks to the fact that black's king ruinously didn't allow queen h8 check. And now Wesley in trouble here, as white's king looks perfectly happy on the h2 square. Oh dear, this may be a defining moment in the game. Wesley, perhaps recognizing that he's in deep trouble, has dropped back with his king, king f7, and almost certainly you cannot defend these positions with a passive queen, and I think now is the time as a human player to jump on the opportunity of playing queen a3, threatening queen, and then you can bring your queen to block any checks. And if you step back, now you can really freeze the queen with a move like queen a1, covering, so the queen is perpetually anchored here, and then you get to get a check and a queen b8, and this is winning. So Anish fans are going to be very pleased by this sequence. I think I just pointed out is a winning to the human eye. Let me just say this is a winning sequence to my eyes, and Wesley So fans are probably mortified. Let's put it that way. We have some moves on the board. King f7 was played, and naturally the Dutch flag and the American flag are perfectly positioned to block my sight of the moves played. Let me see if the moves are being queen a3, Very nicely done. Queen A8, nicely played by Anish. Just moving my mouse over some of the cursors, just a second. Repositioning the windows to close my other windows so I can just focus on the single graphic. There we go. Whoops. That wasn't the intention. One mouse click too many. Pardon me, folks, as we get my monitors cleansed of other lingering games. And this is very, very nice. Finally, I believe Anish is back to, I'm going to say, the winning concept. Queen A3, Queen A8, and I mentioned Queen A1, anchoring by protecting the the queen can now not move from the A8 square with a check, but even stronger, I believe, is the move on Anish spied with Queen B3 check to the king. If the king moves now, Queen B8, let's move the queen to a square, and I think it's queen, and that's all she wrote. Let me make sure I've not fibbing, but I do believe, oops, we have auto update. Just a second. I'll turn my auto update off for a moment. And again, I'll just show the line I was just recently bringing to you. And it finally does indeed look like it's over. What a struggle. I can only say it's despair and euphoria for one of the two players. And I think it's going to be euphoria for Anish and despair for Wesley. Wow. Going back to the position at hand, Queen B3 has been played. Check, King G7. I don't think you need to do anything fancy at this point by getting in one more check, unless it was for time bonus purposes. But I think the direct Queen B8, which has been played, is a winner. Wow. And again, just to point out the line, Queen F3, and I'm looking at Queen F3, Queen, check here. That's no problem. Once again, maybe a check here on H5 is a little bit more challenging, but I think that White's king just simply makes a run towards the queens. And there we have it. Wow. The audience has broken out into a cheer for Anish. It's very, very late here in Vaikanze. It's dinner time for everybody. Congratulations to Anish, and what a struggle. We hope that you've enjoyed our coverage. Tomorrow, we're 90 minutes earlier. Let me repeat myself, 90 minutes earlier, not our usual time. We'll start at 12 noon local time, so set your clocks. We'll be back for the ultimate round at the 2015 Tata Steel Chess Festival. A very tired host wishing you all a very good night. See you tomorrow.